There is a truth we all try to run from, but it follows us everywhere. Nobody is coming to save you. Not tomorrow, not next year, not when the timing feels perfect. The turning point in your life will only arrive when you stop scattering your energy outward and start directing it inward. When you make the choice to focus on yourself with the same urgency you once placed on waiting for someone else to believe in you. The Stoics understood this well. Your freedom, your growth, your strength, they all begin the moment you take ownership of your own path. Because the harshest reality is also the most liberating. The life you dream of is already in your hands, if you dare to commit to yourself. And if this message resonates with you, if you're ready to live with clarity and unshakable strength, consider subscribing for you. Think of it as your quiet vow to stay aligned with wisdom, to grow daily, and to walk the Stoic path of discipline, resilience, and inner power. Think about it. How many times have you delayed your future waiting for the perfect moment? Waiting for support, for validation, for someone to say, "You've got this." The truth is hard, but unavoidable. Nobody is coming to hand you the life you want. Nobody is coming to give you permission to live differently. If you don't decide to build yourself, nobody will. And yet, we trick ourselves into thinking that tomorrow will be different, that somehow the right opportunity will fall into our hands without us having to move first. But as Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. Time is not endless, and waiting is one of the quietest ways we waste it. Every day spent postponing what matters is a day lost forever, and deep down, you know this. The weight of wasted time doesn't come all at once. It creeps in slowly. It's in the restless feeling at night when you realize another day has passed and nothing meaningful has moved forward. It's in the way dreams start to feel distant, not because they're impossible, but because you've let them fade under the noise of excuses. Epictetus once said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." This is not about grand declarations. It is about small, steady acts of self-discipline. The problem is not that we don't know what we should do. It's that we rarely act on it with the urgency life demands. We often wait because we fear failure, but failure is not the true enemy. Failure is the evidence of effort. Carl Jung wrote, "The greatest and most important problems of life are all fundamentally insoluble. They can never be solved but only outgrown." What does this mean? It means that you don't overcome failure by avoiding it, but by growing stronger through it. Failure is not a wall, it is a teacher. The harshest truth is that the real danger isn't falling short, it's never beginning at all. Every time you hold back out of fear, you're building a habit of hesitation, and hesitation becomes the silent killer of potential. But distraction is just as dangerous as fear. You already know how easy it is to lose hours scrolling, comparing, consuming things that add nothing to your life. That time doesn't just vanish. It builds a life you didn't choose, brick by brick. Seneca warned us, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it. Every distraction steals a part of your future, a piece of the life you could have built. It's not harmless, it is theft. And unless you reclaim your attention, the best parts of you will wither under the weight of meaningless noise." Imagine what would happen if you gave yourself back even half of that wasted energy. Imagine replacing comparison with action, replacing distraction with discipline. What kind of person would you become if every hour became an investment rather than a loss? That's what focus does. It compounds. Just as money compounds into wealth when you invest it, your focus compounds into strength, knowledge, and character when you protect it. Aristotle once said, "We are what we repeatedly do." Excellence, then, is not an act, but a habit. Your habits are either compounding for you or against you, and every small choice adds up. It's not easy, of course. The world does not reward silence and focus. It demands your attention at every turn, pulling you in 1,000 directions. Every ping, every notification, every whisper of someone else's opinion tries to invade your mind. But your mind is sacred. You must learn to stand guard at its gates. Plato observed, "The first and greatest victory is to conquer yourself." Guarding your focus, choosing where your energy goes, is the most powerful form of self-mastery. If you can't rule your own attention, someone else will. The more you protect your focus, the clearer your path becomes. You stop chasing approval and wasting time explaining yourself to people who will never understand your vision. You stop diluting your goals just to fit into someone else's limited imagination. When you choose to focus fully on building yourself, you free yourself from the endless cycle of living for others. Socrates believed that the unexamined life is not worth living. What he meant is simple: if you don't step back and claim your own path, you will unknowingly spend your life on someone else's. Yet even when you have clarity, there will be days when you feel like quitting, days when the work seems endless and the results invisible. These moments aren't signs that you're on the wrong path. They're the very moments that define it. Courage isn't about moving without fear. It's about moving with fear still clinging to you. It's about rising when comfort whispers for you to stop. Because comfort lies, comfort promises relief but robs you of progress. And every time you choose comfort over growth, you move further from the life you claim to want. That is why persistence matters more than inspiration. Anyone can take the first step when excitement is fresh. Few can keep walking when the road is long and silent. Seneca said, "If a man knows not to which port he sails, no wind is favorable." Without persistence, your vision is fragile. With it, even storms can't break you. You must remind yourself that the invisible seasons, the times when growth is happening but results are hidden, are the very seasons where character is forged. Seeds grow roots long before they break the surface. Your growth is no different. But trust is necessary. Trust in your own process. Trust in the unseen. Many people give up not because they lacked ability, but because they lacked patience. They abandoned their dreams during the quiet stretches when nothing seemed to move. Yet progress is often silent. Jung believed that the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. That becoming does not happen overnight. It unfolds gradually through every disciplined choice, every act of courage, every small victory against yourself. Over time, something remarkable happens. When you consistently choose to focus on yourself, everything around you shifts. Your confidence grows. Your relationships improve because you no longer depend on others for validation. Your health stabilizes, your vision sharpens, your energy renews. External life follows internal discipline. It always begins within. And one day you'll realize the win wasn't the final achievement. It wasn't the job, the money, or the recognition. The true prize was who you became along the way. Someone who doesn't quit at the first sign of struggle. Someone who doesn't bend to every opinion. Someone who trusts their own strength fully. That is the essence of focusing on you until you win. Because the real victory is becoming unshakable, becoming someone you yourself can rely on. So think about it again. How many times have you delayed your future waiting for the perfect moment? The perfect moment will never come. The only moment that matters is now. Today is the day you begin building yourself, brick by brick, choice by choice. As Epictetus said, how long are you going to wait before you demand the best for yourself? The answer should be simple: not another day. But why do we wait? Because deep down we fear what might happen if we step forward and fail. We fear rejection, the sting of not being good enough, the eyes of others watching when we stumble. That fear burns quietly inside, convincing us that staying still is safer than trying. Yet history and philosophy both tell us the same thing. Failure is not your enemy, it is your greatest teacher. Every rejection is like a weight added to the barbell of your resilience. At first it feels heavy, it makes you shake, it threatens to crush you. But each time you lift it, you grow stronger. The very resistance you dread is the force that will carve you into someone unbreakable. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself in his meditations, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." What feels like an obstacle today is, in truth, the path itself. The problem is that our culture has turned failure into something to be ashamed of, when in reality it is the raw material of wisdom. A person who has never failed has also never tried. Every time you stumble, you gain knowledge, you uncover blind spots, you learn what doesn't work and what still might. Seneca once wrote, "Difficulties strengthen the mind, as labor does the body." The setbacks you avoid out of fear are the very experiences that could shape you into someone capable of carrying heavier loads tomorrow. By trying to protect yourself from rejection, you rob yourself of the training that creates resilience. Carl Jung offered a deeper psychological insight into this truth when he said, "I am not what happened to me, I am what I choose to become." Failure is an event, not an identity. It is not the sum of who you are. It is only one step in the process of becoming. But when fear governs your choices, you mistake moments for definitions. You begin to tell yourself that because you failed once, you are a failure. That because you were rejected, you are unworthy. Yet failure only shapes you if you stop moving. If you keep growing, failure transforms into strength, rejection into clarity, pain into endurance. We often forget that fear is a trick of the mind. Epictetus told his students, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the view which they take of them." Fear doesn't come from failure itself, but from the meaning you attach to it. Two people can face the same rejection. One sees it as the end, the other as a test. The second person grows, while the first shrinks. Your perspective decides whether a fall becomes a wound or a lesson. And when you realize that, fear loses its grip. Because you see clearly that every stumble is not the end of your story, it's the sharpening of your blade. Think of failure as the fire that tempers steel. Without heat, metal remains soft and breakable, but exposed to flames, struck repeatedly, it becomes unyielding. You are no different. Life will strike you, rejection will burn you, failure will bruise you. But it is precisely through those experiences that your character is forged. Plato once said, "Courage is knowing what not to fear." If you can learn to stop fearing failure and start embracing it as the forge of your becoming, you will see that it was never the enemy. It was the training ground. And yet, most people never reach this understanding because they choose avoidance over growth. They spend years waiting for conditions to be safe before acting. They dream of writing the book, starting the business, pursuing the passion, but hold back, telling themselves they'll begin when they're ready. The truth? Readiness never comes. You don't become ready and then begin. You begin, and readiness is built along the way. There is a strange kind of freedom in embracing this truth. Once you stop running from failure, its power over you dissolves. You begin to act boldly, knowing that even if you fall, you will rise sharper than before. You start to see rejection not as humiliation, but as redirection, guiding you toward the place where you truly belong. You stop being paralyzed by what others think because you realize that those who never try will always find a way to judge those who do. but their judgment cannot weigh more than your growth. Their opinion cannot be the measure of your future. The Stoics lived by this principle of inner freedom. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself each morning, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." Rejection, failure, criticism, these are outside events. They are beyond your full control. What you do control is how you respond to them, how you interpret them, how you let them shape you. If you choose to see every failure as the building of resilience, you take back your power. Nothing outside of you can truly defeat you unless you hand over your response. So the real question is not whether you will fail. You will. The question is whether you will allow failure to bury you or to build you. Will you see rejection as proof you should stop, or as proof you are daring to stretch beyond your limits? Will you let the opinions of others bind you, or will you remember that every philosopher worth reading, every thinker who changed the world, was once dismissed as foolish? The choice is always yours. Failure is not the final chapter. It is the beginning of a better one, written by someone who has scars, but also wisdom, someone who knows the taste of falling, but also the discipline of rising. And every rise makes the next fall less frightening. Every setback makes the next step bolder. This is how resilience is built, not in imagining a life without obstacles, but in deciding that no obstacle will end your pursuit. So don't wait any longer for the perfect moment. It will never arrive. Don't waste another day waiting for permission that will never come. Begin now, while you are uncertain, while you are afraid, while you are unready, because fear will always be there, whispering its lies. But you are stronger than those whispers, and once you prove it to yourself, failure loses its fangs and becomes fuel. The harsh reality is that life will test you, over and over. But the gift hidden in those tests is that each one offers you the chance to become unshakable. If you choose it, failure can be the fire that forges you into someone who no longer waits, no longer fears, and no longer doubts that growth is always possible. So the real danger isn't falling short. It's distraction. Falling short at least means you tried. It means you entered the arena, took a step, and tested yourself. Distraction, on the other hand, is silent theft. It doesn't feel like much in the moment, just a quick scroll, a glance at someone else's life, another piece of noise you let in. But add those moments together and you'll see the truth. Distraction drains your most precious resource, your attention. And when your attention is scattered, your life is scattered. Every hour you give away to meaningless comparison or shallow entertainment is an hour stolen from the future you could have built. What makes distraction dangerous is how invisible it feels. Failure you can see, pain you can feel, but distraction slides by unnoticed, disguising itself as harmless. And yet, it may be the biggest reason people never reach their potential. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate." Distraction is exactly that. An unconscious pattern you keep repeating, a quiet thief shaping your destiny while you tell yourself it's just a way to pass time. But your time is your life. To waste it is to surrender the one thing you cannot replace. Think about how much energy is lost when you spend your hours comparing yourself to others. You scroll through the highlights of their lives, convincing yourself you're behind, forgetting that what you're seeing is a polished illusion. Comparison distracts you from the only life you can actually shape, your own. Epictetus gave us the remedy for this when he said, "If you want to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid." Don't waste yourself trying to keep up with others or prove yourself to those who don't matter. If you truly want to grow, you must be willing to step away from the noise, to appear different, to reclaim the solitude where real strength is built. The truth is, distraction doesn't just waste time, it weakens you. It chips away at your focus until you can no longer sit in silence with yourself. It makes your mind restless, unable to hold a clear thought for long. And what kind of life can you build if your mind is constantly pulled in 100 directions? The scary part is that distraction feels easier than focus. It's always easier to open your phone than to face your fears. It's easier to numb yourself with noise than to sit with uncomfortable truths. But easy choices now create hard lives later. Hard choices now create easier lives later. The more you train your focus, the more powerful you become. Aristotle believed that excellence wasn't a single act, but a habit. And that's true of attention as well. Every time you choose to focus, you're practicing the art of mastery. Every time you let distraction win, you're practicing the art of avoidance. The life you end up with will reflect which one you've practiced more. And make no mistake, distraction always comes at a cost. That cost is progress delayed. That cost is dreams postponed. That cost is potential left unused. You may not feel it immediately, but the compounding effect is undeniable. Just like money left to grow in an account multiplies over time, wasted time multiplies in the opposite direction. What you ignore today becomes the regret you carry tomorrow. You cannot drift into greatness. You cannot stumble into strength. You must fight for your focus. The Stoics saw focus as a kind of sacred duty. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Do not act as if you had 10,000 years to throw away. Death stands over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." In other words, stop wasting time on what does not matter. Life is shorter than you think, and distraction is how most of it disappears. Every hour you spend on what weakens you is an hour you could have spent building the foundation of your future. The exchange is not worth it. But how do you fight something that feels so constant? It starts by being honest. Where are you leaking time each day? What steals your attention without giving anything back? Write it down. Face it directly. As Jung taught us, the patterns we refuse to face will rule us. If you refuse to face your distractions, they will continue to control you. But once you bring them into the light, you regain the power to choose. The next step is to create an environment that supports your focus. Don't rely only on willpower. Change your surroundings. Remove what tempts you. Build routines that protect your attention. Epictetus reminded us, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Mastery of self means designing a life that keeps your vision in front of you and distractions behind you. That's not weakness, that's wisdom. The strongest people are not the ones who resist temptation endlessly, but the ones who build environments where they don't have to fight every second. And here's the deeper truth. Once you begin to focus, life feels lighter. Clarity replaces confusion. Energy replaces fatigue. Momentum replaces stagnation. The same way distraction compounds into regret, focus compounds into confidence. Each day you spend building yourself strengthens the next. Each small win makes the next win easier, and slowly the life you once imagined begins to take shape, not because you were lucky, but because you were present. The gift of focus is that it reveals what truly matters. You stop chasing approval. Stop wasting yourself on arguments that add nothing. Stop explaining your vision to those committed to misunderstanding it. You begin to protect your time and energy as if they are sacred, because they are. Life doesn't reward the one who pays attention to everything. It rewards the one who chooses carefully where to direct their fire. Distraction will always exist. The noise will never fully stop, but you can rise above it. You can choose to give your energy to what builds you instead of what drains you. You can train your mind to ignore the meaningless and stay locked on the meaningful. The philosophers knew this was the essence of freedom, not being free from challenge, but free from wasted living. If you can learn to guard your attention, you will find that much of the chaos around you no longer has power over you. And that's the point. The danger was never falling short. Falling short pushes you forward. The real danger was always distraction, because it convinces you to give up your life one moment at a time without realizing it. If you can see it for what it is and refuse to hand it your future, you will begin to live differently. You will begin to live deliberately, and the life that once felt out of reach will begin to take shape. Not because the world got quieter, but because you finally decided to focus. What if, instead of giving your attention to the meaningless, you gave it back to yourself? The hours you spend each day are like drops of water. Poured into the wrong places, they vanish into the sand, leaving nothing behind. But poured consistently into the same vessel, they accumulate, they strengthen, they begin to overflow into every part of your life. Imagine how much sharper, wiser, and stronger you'd be if every single hour became an investment in your future instead of a donation to distractions. That's the power of focus. It compounds like interest. Quiet at first, almost invisible, but over time it transforms into something extraordinary. The truth is, your focus has always been the most valuable currency you own. More valuable than money, more valuable than status. Because where your focus goes, your life follows. If you pour it into shallow things, your life becomes shallow. If you pour it into growth, wisdom, and self-mastery, your life begins to reflect that strength. Seneca warned that life is long if you know how to use it. The use of life is the use of attention. What you feed daily either builds you up or breaks you down, and no one escapes the compounding effect of that choice. And that awakening doesn't just change how you feel in the moment, it changes the trajectory of your life. Think of focus like a lens. A blurred lens scatters the light, it diffuses energy, leaving nothing powerful enough to make an impact. But a focused lens concentrates light so sharply it can burn through steel. Your energy is the same. Scattered across noise, gossip, and distractions, it vanishes. Focused on your vision, it becomes unstoppable. Imagine what it would feel like to live without the constant pull of meaningless noise. Imagine a mind not flooded by endless opinions, not dragged down by comparison, but anchored in clarity. You would move through your days with a calm strength, making decisions with purpose rather than reaction. Marcus Aurelius wrote in his Meditations, "The happiness of your life depends upon the quality of your thoughts. If your attention is on trivial things, your thoughts will be trivial. If your attention is on growth, your thoughts will build a foundation of wisdom." This is not abstract philosophy. It is the daily reality of where you decide to place your focus. Of course, it's not easy to guard your attention in a world built to steal it. Everything around you is designed to pull your focus outward, to keep you consuming instead of creating, comparing instead of building. That's why discipline in this area is not optional, it is survival. When you protect your attention, you're not just avoiding distraction, you're reclaiming your life. Each moment you pull your focus back to yourself, you're saying, "This life belongs to me, not to the noise around me." And slowly, choice by choice, you build a future that reflects that ownership. The compounding power of focus means that the smallest acts matter more than you think. An hour of reading today doesn't just make you wiser in that hour, it stacks with tomorrow's hour and the next, until suddenly you've built a mind others can't ignore. A workout doesn't just make you healthier for a day, it compounds into strength, confidence, and energy that carry into every part of your life. Even the act of saying no to one distraction is an investment, a small brick added to the wall of discipline that will protect your future. Over time, these bricks form a fortress around your attention, making you harder to shake, harder to manipulate, harder to derail. Philosophy teaches us that greatness doesn't arrive in a single leap. It is carved over years of steady investment. Socrates lived by the belief that self-examination was the highest form of living, and that examination requires focus. Without attention turned inward, you drift. With it, you awaken to what's possible. The process is slow, yes, but it is sure. Just as a river carves valleys not by force, but by persistence, your attention, consistently placed, reshapes your entire existence. And what's remarkable is how the results begin to spill into areas you didn't even anticipate. Focus on your mind, and your relationships improve because you show up with more clarity and patience. Focus on your health, and your work improves because you carry more energy and confidence. Focus on your discipline, and your financial life improves because you stop wasting resources on what doesn't matter. Focus compounds across every area because all areas of life are connected through you. Strengthening one strengthens them all. Over time, you begin to see focus not as restriction, but as freedom. Freedom from the chains of distraction, freedom from the exhausting cycle of reacting to everything around you, freedom from the endless pull of comparison. By focusing on yourself, you create the space to actually live, to actually grow, to actually build. The philosophers saw freedom not as the absence of rules, but as the presence of self-mastery. Epictetus believed that no man was free who was not master of himself. Guarding your focus is how you step into that freedom. The choice is always yours. You can give your hours to noise and watch them disappear, or you can reclaim them and let them compound into something remarkable. Focus is the ultimate investment. It doesn't just change your day, it reshapes your life. It doesn't just create results, it creates character. And character, as the Stoics knew, is the only thing that truly endures. So what if you gave your attention back to yourself? What if today became the day you stopped scattering your energy across meaningless distractions and started stacking it towards something that matters? The compounding effect would be unstoppable. You would wake one day to find that the life you once dreamed of isn't a dream anymore. It's a reality, built not by luck, not by chance, but by the quiet power of focus. And that's the test, isn't it? Every single day the world tries to steal your attention. It doesn't come all at once, it comes in fragments. A notification buzzing on your phone, a headline screaming for your outrage, a comment meant to pull you into an argument that doesn't matter. Each one is a thief knocking quietly at the door of your mind, and the question is simple: do you let them in, or do you stand guard? Focus is not some rare talent given to a few. It isn't a gift handed down at birth. Focus is a choice you must make repeatedly, moment by moment, until it becomes the backbone of your life. It's easy to underestimate how dangerous it is to give your attention away. We think it's just a quick glance, just a few minutes. But nothing is ever just a few minutes. Each distraction leaves behind a residue, a subtle fog that lingers in your mind long after you've turned the screen off or walked away. It takes time to return to clarity. That is the real cost. Seneca warned us, to be everywhere is to be nowhere. When your focus is scattered across dozens of meaningless things, you end up present nowhere, accomplishing nothing. And so the thief wins, not with one big blow, but with small cuts you barely notice until the day is gone. The challenge is that distractions disguise themselves as urgent. They arrive dressed as opportunities, as responsibilities, as things you must respond to immediately. But most of them are noise. Carl Jung gave us insight into this trap when he said, "People will do anything, no matter how absurd, to avoid facing their own soul." Many of the things that distract you aren't even external. They are excuses, little escapes you've built to avoid the harder work of self-reflection and growth. Guarding your mind doesn't just mean shutting out the outside world. It also means being honest about the inner distractions you create to protect yourself from discomfort. That discomfort is where the growth lies. It's easier to open your phone than to face the empty page. Easier to fill the silence with noise than to sit with your thoughts. Easier to drown your doubts in entertainment than to confront them. But growth requires facing exactly what you've been avoiding. Focus is a discipline. Like a muscle, it strengthens with use and weakens with neglect. You cannot expect clarity if you never practice it. Just as you train the body to grow strong under resistance, you must train the mind to grow strong under distraction. Each time you resist the urge to be pulled away, you are building that muscle. Each time you choose to stay with your work, your vision, your thoughts, you are becoming harder to shake. Of course, there will always be moments when you slip. The door to your mind will open and something unworthy will walk in. That's human. But the key is whether you notice it, whether you have the strength to escort it back out. Self-awareness is part of guarding the gates. The reason this matters so much is because your attention determines the direction of your life. Focused attention builds momentum. Scattered attention leaves you stagnant. Think of it like a river. A river contained in narrow banks becomes powerful, carving valleys and moving mountains. But a river spread too wide becomes a swamp, still, stagnant, lifeless. Your focus works the same way. When it is narrow and guarded, it transforms everything in its path. When it is scattered, it evaporates into nothing. And the test never stops. Every day, thieves will come knocking again. Every day, your mind will be pulled outward by noise, by negativity, by endless demands. The difference between those who build strong, meaningful lives and those who waste them isn't luck, talent, or opportunity. It is simply this. One group chose to stand guard, and the other did not. One group let distraction rule their days. The other built a fortress of focus. The choice will always be yours. Focus will never simply fall into your lap. It will always demand that you protect it, that you defend it, that you stand guard at the door of your mind and refuse entry to what does not serve you. And each time you make that choice, you grow stronger. Each time you deny the thief, you add another brick to the fortress that protects your vision. Over time, that fortress becomes unshakable. And in that fortress, you discover freedom, the freedom to think deeply, to act decisively, to live deliberately. You discover the strength the Stoics wrote about, the strength that comes not from controlling the world, but from mastering yourself. That's the test. And every day you face it, you prove again who you are becoming. Maybe you've noticed how restless you feel when you're not progressing. That sense of unease, that heaviness in the chest, that quiet voice in your mind reminding you that you're drifting. It isn't weakness. It isn't laziness. It's your deeper self begging for direction, calling you to return to the path of growth. Marcus Aurelius said, "A man's worth is no greater than his ambitions." He understood that without a vision, without something meaningful to move toward, the human spirit begins to wither. Energy left unused doesn't stay neutral. It turns inward, hardening into regret. That's why stagnation feels so unbearable, because it is not our natural state. We were not built to drift. We were built to build. When you ignore that restlessness, it doesn't go away. It builds. It grows louder with each day you spend avoiding your potential. You may distract yourself for a while, numbing it with entertainment, burying it under small comforts, but eventually it breaks through. It shows up as frustration with yourself, as envy toward others who seem to be moving forward, as a quiet bitterness at the opportunities you let pass by. That's why movement matters so much. Even small steps forward are enough to calm the restless spirit. Progress, however modest, feeds the soul. It reminds you that you're building something, that you're shaping yourself into more than you were yesterday. Restlessness, then, is not your enemy. It is a compass. It points toward the gap between who you are today and who you could become if you committed yourself fully. Ignoring it is dangerous because it pushes you into apathy, into the slow decay of wasted time. But listening to it, leaning into it, gives you the spark you need to begin again. Aristotle believed that all human action aims at some good, some end we are drawn toward. If your energy is not placed on building yourself, on moving toward that higher good, it spills into lesser things, leaving you feeling empty no matter how busy you keep yourself. Think of how you feel on the days you end with progress, no matter how small. Maybe it was finishing a workout, writing a page, learning something new, or resisting a distraction. Those are the nights you fall asleep with peace. You rest better not because life is perfect, but because you honored the voice within that demanded growth. Compare that to the nights where you wasted hours numbing yourself with meaningless noise. You feel restless, dissatisfied, even if nobody else notices. That contrast reveals the truth. Progress is fuel. Without it, your spirit burns out. With it, you catch fire. The restlessness you feel is your deeper self asking that first question: what am I meant to be? Once you answer, action must follow. Otherwise, the gap between vision and reality grows unbearable, and the larger that gap becomes, the more restless you feel until eventually it curdles into regret. That's why clarity matters. Without clarity of who you want to become, you will wander endlessly, giving your energy to things that never satisfy you. It is easy, of course, to avoid ambition. Ambition requires risk. It requires the possibility of failure, of rejection, of being misunderstood. But avoiding it does not protect you. It drains you. Jung reminded us that there is no coming to consciousness without pain. Pain is the price of progress. The discomfort of moving towards something meaningful is far lighter than the torment of a stagnant life. What weighs more? The challenge of building yourself, or the regret of realizing you never even tried? That question lingers whether you face it or not. And this is why ambition is not arrogance, it is necessity. When Marcus Aurelius spoke of ambition, he wasn't talking about empty pride or selfish pursuit. He was talking about the inner drive to aim higher, to expand beyond the boundaries of comfort. Without ambition, you drift. With ambition, you live with purpose. A river without current becomes a swamp. A life without movement becomes the same. Purpose gives direction, and direction gives strength. Every ounce of progress becomes proof that your restlessness had meaning. This doesn't mean you need to achieve monumental things overnight. The compounding effect of consistent effort is enough. 1 hour each day of deep focus. 1 act of discipline repeated until it becomes natural. 1 refusal to give in to distraction when it calls. These small acts add up to transformation, and the restlessness inside you grows quiet, not because it disappears, but because it is finally satisfied. It knows you are moving toward something greater. Socrates once said, "The secret of change is to focus all of your energy not on fighting the old, but on building the new." Each day you choose to build, you're reshaping yourself into someone who honors that secret. Still, the temptation to settle will always be there. To accept stagnation as normal. To believe that restlessness is just part of life, rather than a signal to act. But if you listen closely, you'll realize that the unease you feel isn't meant to torture you. It's meant to wake you up. It is your inner compass reminding you that your life has more potential than the way you're currently living it. If you treat it as a curse, you'll drown it out. If you treat it as a guide, you'll use it to rise. And when you do rise, something extraordinary happens. Your restlessness transforms into momentum. You start to look forward to progress. You start to crave it more than distraction. The very things that once pulled you away lose their hold because they cannot compete with the satisfaction of building yourself. You begin to respect yourself, to trust yourself, because you've proven that when your deeper self calls, you answer. And that trust is priceless. It becomes the foundation of confidence, discipline, and resilience. Progress rarely shouts. It doesn't announce itself after one workout, one book, or one disciplined decision. Instead, it accumulates silently. You wake up one day and realize you are no longer the same person. You think differently. You carry yourself differently. You face challenges with steadier hands. That transformation is built in silence, in the long stretches when no applause comes, when the results are invisible to everyone else. Seneca reminded us that luck is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. By stacking daily acts of discipline, you're preparing yourself for the moments when opportunity arrives. Without that preparation, opportunity passes by unnoticed. But building yourself is not just about skill or strength, it's about character. The world is filled with talented people who collapse under pressure because they never built the habits that support resilience. True strength comes from becoming the kind of person who keeps promises, especially to yourself. When you say you'll do something and follow through, you prove to yourself that your word is solid. That proof becomes self-trust. And when you trust yourself, the opinions of others begin to lose their power over you. Socrates believed that self-knowledge was the highest form of wisdom, but knowledge without the discipline to act on it remains incomplete. Building yourself is the bridge between knowing and becoming. There will be days when you feel nothing happening, when the effort feels wasted. That's when most people stop. They mistake silence for failure. But silence is where the deepest roots grow. Imagine a seed underground. It looks dead from the surface, but it's preparing to break through. Your efforts are no different. And becoming requires sacrifice. To build yourself means letting go of the things that drain you, even if they're comfortable. It means giving up the cheap validation of comparison and instead chasing the hard-earned respect of discipline. It means choosing stillness over endless distraction, growth over stagnation, clarity over noise. These sacrifices may feel heavy at first, but in time you'll realize they were never losses, they were trades. You gave up what was shallow to gain what was lasting. Epictetus urged his students to endure this discomfort because he knew that true freedom required it. The beauty of this process is that it multiplies across every area of your life. The discipline you build in your health bleeds into your work. The patience you develop in your work strengthens your relationships. The clarity you gain from focusing inward makes you a calmer presence for those around you. Everything connects because all of it stems from you. When you build yourself, everything else rises with you. When you neglect yourself, everything else begins to decay. So building yourself is not just about achievement, it's about alignment. It's aligning your actions with your vision, your discipline with your values, your habits with your ambitions. Without that alignment, you remain restless, scattered, unsure. With it, you find peace. Not the peace of inactivity, but the peace of knowing you're moving toward the life you were meant to live. Seneca believed that the greatest wealth is a contented mind. Contentment doesn't come from drifting, it comes from building. And it always circles back to the small choices. Will you rise when comfort whispers, or will you obey it? Will you do the work in silence when no one claps? Or will you wait for recognition? Will you keep showing up when results are invisible, or will you abandon the process? The answer to those questions is what defines whether you build yourself or betray yourself. Building is not glamorous, but it is powerful. It is the slow, deliberate act of stacking discipline, one day at a time, until the person you've always imagined is the person staring back at you in the mirror. In the end, building yourself isn't about becoming perfect. It's about becoming trustworthy to yourself, to your vision, to the life you're shaping. It's about knowing that when your deeper self calls for progress, you will answer. It's about forging an identity so strong that no storm can strip it away. And when you reach that place, when you can look at yourself and know that you are the result of your own choices, you'll realize that building yourself wasn't just the path, it was the destination all along. Trust, that's the real currency of self-respect. You can achieve things, you can win recognition, you can collect the approval of others. But if you don't keep the promises you make to yourself, all of it eventually feels hollow. The question is not whether the world believes in you, but whether you believe in you. Do you follow through on the commitments you whisper to yourself in silence? Do you honor the goals you set when no one else is looking? Because if you don't, you slowly erode the foundation of your own confidence. And when that belief in yourself begins to fade, no amount of applause, praise, or validation can bring it back. Seneca once wrote, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." In the same way, a person who constantly seeks external validation without first securing self-trust is poor in spirit, always hungry, never satisfied. The promises you make to yourself are not small things. They are contracts with your future. Each time you honor one, you strengthen the bond between who you are and who you want to become. Each time you break one, you widen the gap. Self-trust is not built in grand gestures. It's built in repetition, waking up when you said you would, completing the task you promised you'd finish, saying no when you told yourself you wouldn't give in again. These are small choices, but stacked together, they create a powerful identity, one rooted in reliability. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself in his meditations, "If it is not right, do not do it. If it is not true, do not say it." The strength of this statement lies in its simplicity. It's a rule for living that, if followed consistently, makes you trustworthy first in your own eyes and then in the eyes of others. And that is the key. You cannot respect yourself if you do not trust yourself. And if you cannot respect yourself, the praise of others rings empty. Think about it. You've probably had moments where people congratulated you, but inside you felt undeserving because you knew you hadn't truly earned it. That dissonance is the gap between external validation and internal truth. No matter how much the world applauds, if you know you've broken your own word, you can't feel fulfilled. Epictetus taught, "It is impossible for a man to learn what he thinks he already knows." If you keep lying to yourself, pretending that breaking promises is acceptable, you block your own growth. You cannot progress while deceiving yourself. When you consistently keep your promises, however, something shifts. You begin to build momentum. Confidence is no longer something you chase. It becomes a natural byproduct of living in alignment. Each completed commitment whispers to your deeper self, "I can rely on you." That whisper grows louder until it becomes a steady conviction. And when you have that conviction, you are no longer easily shaken by setbacks or criticism. You've proven to yourself that you can stand firm. But why is breaking your own promises so destructive? Because it doesn't just affect one moment, it reshapes your identity. Each time you tell yourself you'll do something and don't, you're casting a vote for the version of you who is unreliable, inconsistent, uncommitted. And identities are built on votes. One broken promise may seem small, but repeated over time, it changes how you see yourself. Eventually, you stop setting goals because deep down you know you won't follow through. That is the silent death of potential, the moment you stop believing your own word. Self-trust is like a mirror. When it's intact, you see yourself clearly, and the reflection is honest, steady, grounded. When it cracks from broken promises, the reflection distorts. You see yourself as weaker, less capable, less deserving. And if you live long enough with that distorted reflection, you begin to accept it as truth, even though it isn't. That is why rebuilding trust with yourself must become a priority. It isn't just about discipline, it's about reclaiming an accurate vision of who you are and what you're capable of. The way back is through consistency. Not perfection, but consistency. You don't need to keep every promise immediately. You need to start keeping enough of them that you begin to believe again. One commitment honored each day is enough to start repairing the cracks. Consider this. The most powerful people in history were not those who relied only on the trust of others, but those who first trusted themselves. Their decisions were often unpopular, their actions often misunderstood, but because they had built inner conviction through discipline, they could withstand external storms. Trusting yourself doesn't mean you will always be right, but it means you will always move with clarity rather than paralysis. It is the antidote to hesitation. It is what allows you to act even when the outcome is uncertain. The irony is that most people work tirelessly to gain the trust of others, but neglect the one trust that matters most, their own. They polish their image, they chase praise, they bend themselves to please, but inside they know they are unreliable. And that inner knowledge eventually outweighs everything else. Marcus Aurelius warned against this when he said, "It never ceases to amaze me. We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." You can't build a life of depth if you care more about appearances than about whether you yourself can rely on your word. So self-trust is the foundation. Without it, everything else crumbles. With it, you can endure failure, rejection, and setbacks, because none of those shake the identity you've built through discipline. That's why every choice matters. Every yes to progress and every no to weakness is another layer of trust added to your foundation. You won't always get it right. You will fall short at times. But what defines you isn't perfection, it's persistence. The persistence to keep rebuilding trust until it becomes unshakable. And when that foundation is strong, life feels different. You no longer second-guess yourself endlessly. You no longer live trapped by the fear of judgment. You begin to move with a quiet confidence, the kind that doesn't need to announce itself because it's proven daily in your actions. That is the reward of keeping your word, not the praise of others, but the peace of knowing you can rely on yourself. In the end, trust is the real currency of self-respect. Break it, and no amount of success can save you from the emptiness that follows. Honor it, and even in struggle, you will carry yourself with dignity. Because when you believe in your own potential, when you know that your promises mean something, you no longer chase validation. You embody it. And that is where true self-respect begins, standing firm on the foundation of your own word, unshakable in the knowledge that you can trust yourself completely. But isn't that the trap most people fall into? Living for approval, bending to every opinion, shrinking their ambitions just to fit into the narrow expectations of others. It's one of the most subtle and dangerous ways to waste a life. You start with a dream that excites you, that stirs something deep inside. Then, slowly, you dilute it, one concession here, one compromise there, until what remains is barely recognizable. And why? Because you were afraid of being misunderstood, because you were afraid of stepping outside the comfort of acceptance. Approval seems harmless at first. A pat on the back, a nod of recognition, a sense of belonging. But the cost is steep. Each time you choose acceptance over authenticity, you trade a piece of your soul for comfort. And the problem with comfort is that it never lasts. People's opinions shift like sand. One day they praise you, the next they criticize you. If you anchor your dreams in their approval, you'll spend your life building on unstable ground. The irony is that the very people you bend yourself for often aren't even living with conviction themselves. They're scared, they're hesitant, they're weighed down by their own unfulfilled potential. So when you explain your dreams to them, when you seek their validation, you're handing your future over to people who have already surrendered their own. Think about how many times you've hesitated to take a step forward because of what others might say. Maybe you wanted to start something new, but you imagined their laughter. Maybe you wanted to push for more, but you feared their judgment. Those fears are invisible chains. They don't bind your body, but they bind your spirit. And those chains become heavier with time. You begin to silence yourself before anyone else even has the chance to. Over time, you no longer need their disapproval. You've internalized it. You become your own jailer. Living for approval is exhausting because it's endless. There will always be someone who disapproves. There will always be someone who doubts. If you base your worth on their acceptance, you'll be forever chasing a finish line that doesn't exist. And the tragedy is that in the process, you lose the one thing that actually matters, your authentic self. And what's even more painful is that the more you water down your goals, the less joy you find in them. A dream that once burned with passion becomes dull when reshaped to meet others' expectations. You end up achieving things you don't even want, carrying victories that feel empty because they weren't yours to begin with. You might gain acceptance, but acceptance built on a lie always feels hollow. The deeper problem is that approval distracts you from the real work of building. Instead of putting energy into your growth, you put energy into your performance. Instead of sharpening your focus, you scatter it across endless attempts to keep everyone happy. But no matter how much you give, it's never enough. People will always want more. They will always find something to critique. Plato said, "Opinion is the medium between knowledge and ignorance." Why then would you stake your entire future on the shifting opinions of others? To reclaim your life, you must begin to recognize approval seeking for what it is. Fear. Fear of rejection, fear of loneliness, fear of standing alone. But solitude isn't emptiness, it's clarity. In solitude, you begin to hear your own voice again. In solitude, you remember what you truly want, unshaped by outside noise. That's why so many philosophers, from the Stoics to Socrates, emphasize the importance of withdrawing inward. Because until you know your own voice, you cannot build a life that is truly yours. The path forward is not about rejecting people altogether, but about placing their opinions in the right place. Listen, but don't obey blindly. Consider, but don't compromise your vision. Approval may come and go, but your self-respect must remain constant. So consider this. How many of your goals have you watered down just to be accepted? How many times have you traded your authenticity for approval? How many times have you betrayed yourself in the process of pleasing others? If you're honest, the answers may sting. But that sting is the first step to freedom. Because once you see the cost of approval seeking clearly, you can choose differently. You can choose to honor your truth instead of their expectations. You can choose to build your life instead of performing in theirs. And when you do, you'll discover that approval was never the prize. It was the prison. The real prize was always authenticity, always freedom, always the unshakable strength that comes from living as yourself. The truth is, your vision isn't supposed to be understood by everyone. It was given to you, not them. That fire inside you, the dream that keeps whispering in your mind when the world is quiet, that was planted in you for a reason. It doesn't need the approval of others to be real. It doesn't need their recognition to be valid. If others can't see it, that's not your burden to carry. What matters is whether you can see it, whether you're willing to protect it, whether you're ready to build it brick by brick, even when no one claps. Carl Jung once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." The vision you've been given isn't a group project. It's a personal responsibility. And yet, how many dreams have been abandoned because they weren't understood by others? How many people give up on what they were meant to build simply because someone close to them didn't believe? That is the real tragedy. Not that the dream was too big, but that the dreamer made it small enough for others to accept. When you shrink your vision to fit someone else's imagination, you're not protecting yourself. You're betraying yourself. Seneca warned, "It is not because things are difficult that we do not dare, but because we do not dare, things are difficult." Often, it isn't the weight of the dream that breaks us, it's the fear of standing alone with it. You have to understand that people can only see through the lens of their own limitations. Their doubts are not a reflection of your ability, but of their own fears. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject." What he meant is simple. Just because many people doubt something doesn't make it untrue. Your vision belongs to you. Their inability to see it doesn't erase its potential. What destroys it is when you surrender it just to avoid standing apart. Building something bigger than yourself will always draw skepticism. People are comfortable with what they know, and anything that stretches beyond that feels threatening. If your vision is truly worth chasing, it will often be too large for others to accept. That's not a flaw. It's proof you're on the right path. The danger is letting their doubt seep into your bones. If you listen too long to voices that cannot see your vision, you'll begin to question it yourself. And once you start questioning, hesitation grows. Hesitation becomes procrastination, and procrastination becomes abandonment. That is how visions die, not with one final blow, but with 1,000 small concessions to doubt. Jung reminded us, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely, and part of accepting yourself is accepting the vision you've been given, even when nobody else believes in it. To reject your vision is to reject yourself. Your task is not to convince everyone. Your task is to stay loyal to what you know deep down is yours to build. Convincing others is wasted energy. That energy belongs to the work, to the daily actions that give shape to the dream. People will understand later, once the results are undeniable. Until then, your loyalty must be to the process, not to their approval. Think about every person who changed the world in some way. They were called dreamers, fools, even threats, long before they were called visionaries. Their visions didn't make sense at first because they were meant to stretch the boundaries of what was known. If they had abandoned those visions just to be accepted, the world would be emptier. In the same way, if you abandon what you were given, your world will be emptier. The loss won't just be yours. It will be the loss of everything that vision could have created for others as well. There's a quiet kind of courage required to hold on to something others can't see. It's the courage to face misunderstanding, to endure judgment, to walk in solitude while the world watches and questions. But there is also a quiet strength that grows in that solitude. Each day you remain faithful to your vision, you build resilience. Each day you refuse to water it down, you prove to yourself that your belief is stronger than their doubt. That kind of resilience is unshakable because it's not built on the shifting opinions of others, it's built on conviction. In time, your vision will reveal itself through results. What once seemed invisible to others will become undeniable, and the same people who doubted may look at you with admiration, even envy. But by then, you'll have learned the most important lesson. The only approval you ever needed was your own. So remember this: your vision is not supposed to be understood by everyone. It is not meant for everyone. It was given to you for a reason, and only you can decide whether it lives or dies. Don't let the smallness of others shrink the largeness of what you are meant to build. The real tragedy isn't that they can't see it. It's when you stop seeing it because they couldn't. Protect it, nurture it, build it even in silence. Because one day, the life shaped by that vision will stand as proof, not just of what was possible, but of who you chose to be when belief was scarce and doubt was loud. The modern world is filled with noise, both external and internal. Notifications demand your attention. Social media floods your mind with endless comparison. News cycles pull you from one crisis to the next. Even in your own head, thoughts spin endlessly, echoing doubts, replaying mistakes, imagining criticism that hasn't even happened yet. Noise is everywhere, and unless you learn to quiet it, you will never hear the voice that matters most, your own. Carl Jung said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Noise is the outside world pulling you into its endless dream. Silence is the awakening, the return to clarity that comes from listening inward. But silence is not emptiness. It is strength. It's the space where you begin to see things as they really are, without distortion. When you're rooted in inner silence, you can hear criticism without being crushed by it, and praise without becoming addicted to it. Both lose their power over you because your worth no longer depends on them. Seneca once wrote, "He who is brave is free." The courage to detach from noise, to step back from the endless pull of validation, is the very act that sets you free. When you no longer crave validation, your actions change. You stop performing for approval and start acting with purpose. You stop explaining yourself to people who will never understand, and instead put that energy into building what matters. You stop hesitating when others doubt you, because you've already made peace with walking alone if you must. This kind of inner silence doesn't come naturally, it must be cultivated. It requires discipline. It requires moments of solitude where you step back from the chaos and ask yourself, what really matters here? What belongs to me and what belongs to the noise? Most people never ask these questions because silence feels uncomfortable at first. It exposes truths they'd rather ignore. It reveals how much of their life has been lived for others rather than for themselves. But discomfort is not a reason to avoid silence. It's the very reason you must seek it, for it is only by facing discomfort that you can move beyond it. And when you do, clarity begins to replace confusion. The fog lifts. What once felt overwhelming begins to seem simple. The doubts that shouted so loudly now whisper faintly in the background. You see your path again, and more importantly, you begin to trust it. Once you've tasted that calm, the world feels different. You realize how much time you've wasted trying to prove yourself. You see clearly how much of your energy has been drained by chasing approval, and suddenly you no longer want it. You begin to hunger for depth instead, for truth, for progress that is measured not by claps or likes, but by the quiet satisfaction of knowing you lived today in alignment with your values. That shift is what makes you unstoppable, not because life gets easier, but because you are no longer distracted by the noise that once controlled you. And here's the paradox. When you stop needing validation, people start respecting you more. They see someone who cannot be moved by every opinion, and they feel the weight of that stability. Authenticity has a gravity that performance never will, but by then their respect is no longer your goal. It is only a side effect. You are not living for them, you are living as yourself. That's the freedom silence gives you. The journey to inner silence is lifelong. There will always be noise pressing in from every side. There will always be moments when doubt returns, when outside voices get louder than you'd like. But the more you practice, the faster you return to your center. Silence becomes your anchor, and in that anchoring you find peace. Peace not as an escape from life, but as the strength to live it fully. So when the world tries to pull you in 1,000 directions, remember this: you don't need their validation. You don't need their permission. Your vision is yours alone, and silence is what gives it strength. Find that silence, hold on to it, and build your life from it. Because the moment you stop needing validation, you become untouchable. No critic, no doubt, no outside voice can move someone who knows exactly where they're going and has the clarity to keep walking no matter what stands in the way. Think about it. If growth only came in moments of ease, everyone would achieve it. The truth is that growth hides inside struggle. Progress is born in discomfort. Transformation waits for you at the edge of exhaustion. The days when you want to quit are the very days that test your commitment. They ask you, do you really mean what you said? Do you really want the vision you claimed you wanted? Or were you only willing to chase it when it was comfortable? Epictetus reminded his students, difficulties show what men are. Your character isn't revealed in the easy days. It's revealed in the days when you want to stop, but don't. That's where you find out what you're made of. That's where you uncover a strength you didn't know you had. It helps to remember that fear will never disappear entirely. Waiting for the day you feel no fear is just another form of procrastination. Fear is part of the journey. It follows you because it knows you are stepping into unknown territory, leaving behind the safety of the familiar. But fear is not your enemy. It's a companion that shows up every time you push against your limits. The difference between those who succeed and those who don't is not that one feels no fear, but that one learns to move with it. Courage is not about grand heroic acts. It's about persistence. It's about saying one more step when you want to stop, one more try when failure weighs heavy, one more day when the progress feels invisible. It's about being relentless in small ways until, eventually, the small ways add up to something unshakable. And every time you refuse to quit, you're not just moving forward. You're reshaping your identity into that of someone who endures, someone who cannot be broken easily. What makes courage transformative is that it doesn't only move you forward in one area of life, it strengthens you everywhere. The resilience you build in your work spills into your relationships. The endurance you learn in your health spills into your creativity. The patience you cultivate in your growth spills into your ability to handle setbacks. Every time you keep going when you want to quit, you're training your whole self to be stronger, calmer, and more capable. That's why quitting feels tempting. It's the gatekeeper. If you can pass through it, you'll discover reserves of strength you never knew you had. In time, you'll look back on the moments when you wanted to quit and realize they were the most important of all. Not because they were pleasant, but because they revealed your strength. They forced you to dig deeper, to endure longer, to choose courage instead of comfort. And it's in those moments that you built the foundation for everything else. Without them, your victories would feel fragile. With them, your victories carry weight because you know they were earned. The road will never be free of days when you feel like quitting. That temptation will always resurface, whispering that the effort isn't worth it. But the more you resist it, the quieter it becomes. You build resilience like armor, and in time, what once felt unbearable becomes manageable. What once drained you becomes fuel, and the voice that says quit becomes one you recognize not as truth, but as a test you've already passed before and will pass again. So when the day comes, as it surely will, When your energy feels empty and the road seems endless, remember this: transformation lives here. The moment you feel like quitting is the moment your deeper self is being forged. Fear is not a signal to stop. It's a signal you're moving in the right direction. Courage isn't the absence of fear. It's the refusal to let fear decide your future. And every time you choose courage over quitting, you become someone stronger, someone steadier, someone capable of carrying the weight of the life you're building. That is how transformation happens, not in comfort, but in the fire of persistence. You've felt that moment before, when quitting seemed easier, when the pull of comfort grew louder than the call of purpose. In those moments, the bed feels heavier, the distraction seems sweeter, and the weight of your ambitions feels almost unbearable. And yet, there is a truth we often forget. Comfort lies. It promises relief, but what it delivers is regret. It offers peace, but only in the shallowest sense, because deep down, you know you've traded what matters for what is easy. Comfort is clever that way. It doesn't confront you with force. It seduces you quietly, convincing you that one skipped day won't matter, that one missed step is harmless. But each time you give in, you drift further from the life you know you're capable of building. The trap of comfort is that it feels good in the moment. It softens the edges of struggle. It numbs the sting of fear. It silences the demand for effort. But that pleasure fades quickly, leaving behind the heavier burden of knowing you've stepped back from your own potential. Comfort, left unchecked, becomes a habit, and like all habits, it compounds. Each small retreat makes the next retreat easier, until eventually comfort is not a momentary indulgence. It's your lifestyle. You wake up years later wondering where your energy went, where your ambitions went, where your courage went. They didn't disappear. They were slowly traded away for the false peace of comfort. And here's the hardest part. Comfort doesn't just steal your progress. It steals your belief in yourself. Each time you betray your purpose for relief, you erode your trust in your own word. You promise yourself that tomorrow will be different, that you'll start again, that you'll be stronger. But when tomorrow comes, the whisper of comfort returns, and too often, you follow it. Over time, you stop believing those promises altogether. You begin to see yourself as someone who can't follow through, someone who doesn't finish what they start. And that loss of belief is far more destructive than any failure. But if comfort lies, then what is the truth? The truth is that purpose always demands more from you than you think you can give, but it gives more back than you thought possible. It asks for sacrifice, for persistence, for courage. And though the cost feels steep in the moment, the return is priceless. Self-respect, resilience, progress, and a future you can stand proudly inside. It's important to see comfort for what it really is, an illusion of safety. It tells you that staying where you are protects you from risk, from failure, from pain. But what it truly does is lock you in place while life moves on without you. The world doesn't wait. Time doesn't pause. By staying in comfort, you're not protecting yourself. You're falling behind. And every moment spent clinging to that false safety is a moment stolen from the person you could become. Think back to the times in your life when you felt most alive. They weren't the times you were comfortable. They were the times you pushed through fear, when you risked failure, when you dared to step beyond what felt safe. Those moments gave you strength, clarity, and stories you still carry with pride. That is proof that comfort cannot give you what purpose can. It's proof that the life you deserve exists only on the other side of effort. So the next time comfort whispers that you've done enough, that you can stop now, remember what's really at stake. It's not just today's progress, it's your future, it's your identity. It's the life you will one day look back on, Will you see a story of purpose, or will you see a story of retreat? Each small choice moves you closer to one or the other. And though comfort lies loudly, purpose always tells the quiet truth. Every step forward, no matter how small, is worth it. You've already felt the cost of comfort in your own life. The restlessness when you know you could have done more, the heaviness of unfulfilled potential, the regret of opportunities wasted. You don't need to imagine it, you've lived it. But that also means you know the alternative. You know how powerful it feels when you resist comfort and choose progress instead. You know the pride that comes from pushing through when you wanted to stop. That feeling isn't an accident. It's the reward for listening to purpose instead of lies. And that is the choice you face every day. Comfort or purpose, lies or truth, regret or resilience. Each time you choose purpose, you weaken the voice of comfort. Each time you honor your vision, you strengthen your future. And slowly, the habit of ease is replaced by the habit of excellence. One day, you'll look back and see that the gap between the life you deserved and the life you lived was closed not by one grand act, but by countless small decisions to reject comfort's lies and walk toward your purpose. So yes, quitting will always seem easier. Comfort will always whisper, but you already know its voice is false. You already know the life it offers is smaller than the one you were meant to live. Every time you give in, you step further from the life you deserve. But every time you resist, every time you choose purpose over relief, you step closer. And step by step, choice by choice, you build not just a future, but a self you can be proud of. That is the truth comfort tries to hide. That is the truth you must live by. So how do you fight back? You fight back in the very moment when everything inside you tells you to stop. You fight back by leaning into the resistance, by refusing to surrender to the voice of comfort that insists you've done enough. Strength is not built in the first steps, when you're fresh and motivated. It's built in the last steps, when you're tired, when your mind begs you to quit, when every muscle in your body or every ounce of your willpower feels drained. That's where the transformation happens, by pushing harder exactly when you want to stop. One more rep, one more page, one more decision in favor of growth. These small extra steps may not seem like much in the moment, but they're the dividing line between those who dream about growth and those who actually achieve it. Epictetus reminded us, "The greater the difficulty, the more glory in surmounting it." Glory is not found in ease, but in the courage to go further when ease tempts you to retreat. Average people stop at the point of discomfort. They stop when it's no longer fun, when the applause has faded, when the results aren't visible yet. And in stopping, they convince themselves that this is their limit. But limits are rarely real. They are boundaries created by the mind, boundaries that crumble the moment you challenge them. Think about it. The times in your life when you've been proudest weren't the times when things came easily. They were the times you endured, the times you finished despite the weight of fatigue, the times you added one more effort when most people would have stopped. That extra effort is a gift you give to yourself. It is proof that you are not average, proof that you will not collapse at the first sign of resistance. And there's something else. Every time you push harder, you're not just building results. You're building identity. You're telling yourself, "I am someone who keeps going." And that identity carries into every area of your life. You begin to face challenges differently. You stop backing down so easily. You stop doubting whether you can endure, because you've already proven that you can. Of course, pushing harder doesn't mean burning yourself out recklessly. It means training your mind to distinguish between the voice of real exhaustion and the voice of comfort disguised as exhaustion. One is your body telling you it needs recovery. The other is your fear trying to convince you to quit early. Inner silence, the kind you've been cultivating, helps you tell the difference. Jung believed that facing the shadow within us was essential for growth, and this applies here as well. The shadow voice whispers that you're too tired, too weak, that you should take the easy way out. When you shine awareness on it, you realize it isn't truth, it's resistance. And resistance is the threshold to progress. And the more you cross that threshold, the more resilient you become. The next time you face the same challenge, it feels lighter. What once seemed impossible becomes routine. And in this way, you don't just push harder in one moment, you raise your baseline for what is possible. This is how champions are built. Not by doing what everyone else does, but by refusing to stop where everyone else stops. Pushing beyond comfort also builds trust in yourself. Each time you go further than you thought you could, you prove to yourself that your limits are flexible. That trust is invaluable because it becomes the foundation for bigger risks, bigger visions, bigger goals. You stop fearing the unknown because you've already experienced the strength that comes from enduring the difficult. And that strength is what makes you unstoppable. Epictetus said, "Circumstances don't make the man, they only reveal him to himself." By going further when you want to quit, you reveal to yourself a version that is braver, steadier, and stronger than you once imagined. And here's the secret: the reward is rarely immediate. In the moment, the extra rep hurts, the extra page feels tedious, the extra decision feels small. But in the long run, those tiny acts are what create transformation. They're what separate mediocrity from greatness, stagnation from progress, regret from fulfillment. Comfort gives you temporary ease, but effort gives you lasting pride. And that pride becomes a quiet confidence that no one can take away, because it was earned in the silence of struggle. The next time you feel like quitting, remind yourself that you're standing at the door of transformation. Remind yourself that the average person stops here, but you are not average. The next time comfort whispers, answer it with action. One more rep, one more page, one more decision in favor of growth. Because it is in those small, defiant choices that strength is born. It is in those choices that your future takes shape. And it is in those choices that you build a self capable of carrying the life you were meant to live. So, how do you fight back? You fight back by refusing to stop where the average person does. You fight back by turning the urge to quit into fuel for one more step. And with each step, you build a life not of wasted potential, but of realized strength. That is the power of going further. That is the path to becoming unshakable. And here's the thing, you won't always see results right away. Growth is rarely loud, and it almost never announces itself when you want it to. More often, it hides underground, working in silence like roots spreading deep beneath the soil before a tree ever breaks through into the light. Just because you can't see progress doesn't mean it's not happening. The problem is that we're conditioned to crave instant results, instant validation, instant confirmation that our efforts are paying off. When we don't see it, we begin to doubt. But that doubt is the greatest enemy of transformation because it convinces us to quit before the roots have had a chance to anchor us. The danger is that most people abandon the process too soon. They want visible proof. They want applause, recognition, or immediate transformation. When it doesn't come, they convince themselves nothing is happening. But mastery, by its very nature, requires a long silence. And this is where trust becomes essential. To trust the process is to accept that not all progress can be measured right away. It's choosing to believe that every act of discipline, every choice in favor of growth, every time you resist the urge to quit, is stacking silently towards something greater. Trusting the process means refusing to judge your future based on what you can or cannot see today. It's remembering that progress is not always a straight line. It's a curve, a layering, a compounding that often feels invisible until it suddenly becomes undeniable. Think of how rivers carve through stone, not in a year, not even in a lifetime, but through endless persistence, drop after drop, flow after flow. You don't see the change in a single moment, but over time, the river reshapes the landscape entirely. Your efforts work the same way. Each small act may feel insignificant on its own, but together, over time, they carve new patterns into your mind, your body, and your life. That's why impatience is so dangerous. It convinces you to abandon the river long before it has done its work. The truth is, progress often feels boring. It's not the dramatic leaps that shape you, it's the quiet consistency. Reading one more page, training one more day, choosing discipline one more time. None of these feel like victories in isolation, but together they accumulate into something extraordinary. And yes, there will be days when you doubt. Days when you look at yourself and wonder if anything is changing at all. Those are the most dangerous days because they tempt you to undo months of effort with one decision to stop. But they are also the most important days. They are the days when trust matters most. Because trust is what keeps you steady when emotions waver. Trust is what keeps you consistent when results are hidden. Trust is the bridge between who you are today and who you are becoming tomorrow. So trust the silence, trust the hidden work, trust the roots spreading deep beneath the surface. Because growth is not always visible in the moment. It often reveals itself in hindsight, in the strength you didn't know you had, in the resilience you didn't realize you'd built, in the clarity that suddenly feels natural. Seneca reminded us, "It is a rough road that leads to the heights of greatness." The road feels rough precisely because progress is slow, hidden, silent. But every step along that road matters. Every choice counts. And one day, you will look back and realize that the silence wasn't wasted time. It was the foundation of everything. In the end, trusting the process is about patience, persistence, and faith in the unseen. It's about showing up daily, not because you're guaranteed immediate results, but because you know that every act of discipline carries weight, whether visible or not. It's about understanding that greatness grows underground long before it blossoms in the open. And it's about refusing to let doubt steal from you what persistence could have given you. So keep going, even when it feels quiet. Keep building, even when the results hide. Because just like the tree that bursts through the soil after seasons of silence, your growth will one day emerge, and when it does, it will be undeniable. Think about how many dreams have died, not because they were impossible, but because someone couldn't handle the silence between effort and reward. That silence feels heavy, almost unbearable at times. You show up every day, but nothing seems to change. You pour your energy into the process, but no one claps, no one notices, no one validates it. That's where people quit. They convince themselves it isn't working, but the truth is, the process was working. It just hadn't revealed its results yet. Endurance works because time itself is a force multiplier. Each disciplined act may look small in isolation, but time compounds it. A single workout changes little, but 100 workouts shape a body. One page doesn't transform your mind, but 1,000 pages do. A few dollars saved may seem insignificant, but years of saving can create abundance. This is the compounding magic of patience, the invisible accumulation that suddenly becomes visible in a way that feels unstoppable. Most people can endure a short burst of effort. They can commit for a week, a month, maybe even a year. But endurance asks for more. It asks for years of faith in the unseen, for discipline in the silence, for trust in the invisible work. That's why so few reach greatness, because greatness is not built on intensity alone, but on patience sustained over time. Endurance also reshapes your relationship with time. When you are impatient, time feels like an enemy, a wall standing between you and your results. But when you cultivate patience, time becomes your ally. You realize that every day you endure is not wasted, it is an investment. Every repetition, every disciplined act, every sacrifice is a seed planted, and time is what allows those seeds to bloom. What makes patience powerful is not just what it builds externally, but what it builds internally. It shapes resilience. It teaches you to hold steady when others panic. It gives you calm in the middle of storms. When you endure, you discover that you are stronger than frustration, stronger than delay, stronger than the temptation to quit. Marcus Aurelius lived this truth daily, reminding himself to persist despite endless challenges as emperor. His endurance didn't just build an empire, it built an inner strength that no circumstance could destroy. But patience does not mean passivity. It's not about waiting idly, hoping that something will happen. Patience is active. It's showing up, stacking days, doing the work with faith that time will multiply your efforts. It's the discipline to water the plant daily, even when no green shoots have appeared. It's the trust that effort is never wasted, even when results remain hidden. The tragedy is that so many stop too early. They endure just long enough to reach the edge of transformation, but then impatience steals it from them. They don't realize that the invisible season is the most important one, that the roots must spread before the tree can grow. They abandon the work when it's hardest, forgetting that the hardest point is often the turning point. So keep stacking days. Keep choosing discipline, even when no one notices. Keep trusting the compounding power of time. Every day you endure adds weight to your foundation, until one day you look back and realize the foundation has become unshakable. One day the results will burst through the soil, undeniable, visible to all. And by then you'll understand that patience wasn't just part of the journey. It was the very thing that made the journey possible. Because patience is power. It is the quiet strength that transforms ordinary efforts into extraordinary outcomes. It is the invisible force that turns discipline into destiny. Most people abandon their dreams in silence, not because they weren't capable, but because they couldn't wait. Don't make that mistake. Let others quit in impatience. You, instead, endure. You stack days, you keep showing up, and you let time work its magic. For in the end, time always rewards those who trusted the process long enough to see it through. But to stay the course, you must cut out distractions. Not only the obvious ones like your phone buzzing or endless streams of meaningless entertainment, but the subtle ones too. The distractions that don't come from outside but from within. Overthinking, self-doubt, replaying mistakes over and over as if punishing yourself will somehow change the past. These are inner thieves. They don't shout as loudly as the external noise, but they drain you faster because they use your own energy against you. The external world is full of things that try to steal your attention, but the truth is that most people are undone, not by the noise outside, but by the noise inside. You can turn off a phone, close a door, walk away from a conversation. But what about the thoughts that circle endlessly in your head? The doubts that whisper you're not ready, the regrets that replay old failures, the fears that imagine disasters that haven't even happened yet? These inner thieves are harder to silence, and because they live within, they feel personal. You begin to believe they are you, when in reality, they are just thoughts you've allowed to linger too long. If you allow these inner distractions to remain, they will rob you of more than just your time. They will rob you of your identity. Each time you choose doubt over action, you reinforce the belief that you cannot trust yourself. Each time you choose regret over learning, you weaken your confidence in the future. Each time you let overthinking paralyze you, you forget that clarity only comes from movement. Seneca once said, "We suffer more often in imagination than in reality." Most of the suffering you feel from these inner thieves is not from real events, but from imagined ones. You pay a price for things that never even happened, draining yourself of the energy you could have used to build something real. Cutting out distractions, then, is not only about managing your environment, it's about managing your inner life. It's learning to notice when a thought isn't helping you and letting it go instead of feeding it. It's recognizing that doubt is not a command, but just a thought that can pass if you don't hold on to it. It's deciding that mistakes are not prisons, but teachers, and once the lesson is learned, you move forward. And just like external distractions, inner distractions compound if you don't deal with them. A single doubtful thought, left unchecked, grows into hesitation. Hesitation grows into inaction. Inaction grows into regret. And regret loops back into more self-doubt, fueling the cycle all over again. But the opposite is also true. One act of courage can silence 100 doubts. One clear choice can end the paralysis of overthinking. One lesson taken from a mistake can free you from the endless replay of the past. These are small shifts, but like all discipline, they stack, creating momentum that builds into strength. The danger of these subtle distractions is that they often feel responsible. You tell yourself that replaying mistakes is important because it means you're learning. You tell yourself that doubting yourself is realistic, that it keeps you grounded. You tell yourself that overthinking every outcome means you're preparing. But if preparation never leads to action, if reflection never leads to movement, then what you're practicing isn't wisdom, it's avoidance. And here's what happens when you begin to cut these inner distractions out. You feel lighter. You gain back energy you didn't even realize you'd been losing. Your mind feels clearer, your focus sharper, your actions more decisive. You stop carrying the weight of imaginary futures and old regrets. You start living in the present, where real change can actually happen. And the more you practice this, the easier it becomes. Silence grows where noise once lived. Confidence grows where doubt once ruled. Action grows where overthinking once paralyzed you. But make no mistake, this isn't about perfection. These inner distractions will always try to return. Self-doubt will still whisper. Regret will still call. Overthinking will still knock. The difference is whether you let them inside or leave them at the door. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts." The more you allow inner distractions to linger, the darker the dye becomes. But if you choose clarity, if you choose courage, if you choose to focus on what builds you rather than what drains you, your soul takes on a different color, one of strength, resilience, and calm. So cut out the thieves, both obvious and subtle. Guard your attention not only from the noise outside, but from the noise within. Because the greatest battles are not fought against the external world, they are fought in the quiet of your own mind. And if you win there, you can win anywhere. If you cut out distraction, you will find that you have more strength, more focus, and more freedom than you thought possible. And with that freedom, you can finally stay the course, no matter how long or how difficult the path ahead may be. And when setbacks come, because they will, don't stay down. Life guarantees that you'll fall, that you'll be knocked off balance, that plans will collapse no matter how carefully you built them. But falling is not failure. Failure only becomes real when you refuse to rise. Staying down, giving up, accepting defeat as the end, that's what breaks people, not the fall itself. Every rise, on the other hand, every decision to get back up, makes you tougher. It makes you wiser. It makes you unbreakable in ways comfort never could. Each comeback is proof that you're not done yet, that your spirit is stronger than the circumstances that tried to hold you down. Think about how many times you've faced something that seemed unbearable in the moment. At the time it felt overwhelming, but eventually you moved past it, and now you can look back and see how it shaped you. You may not have chosen those hardships, but by enduring them and rising from them, you became more resilient. Seneca wrote, "Difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body." The very weight that feels like it's crushing you today is the same weight that, if carried, will strengthen you for tomorrow. What once seemed impossible becomes survivable and then becomes part of your foundation. That's the paradox of setbacks. They try to break you, but in resisting them, you're forged into something stronger. The mistake many people make is believing that setbacks are a sign to stop. They treat a fall as a final verdict, proof that they're not capable. But setbacks are not proof of inadequacy. They're proof that you're in the arena. And here's the truth. Every comeback carries a lesson. Falling teaches you humility, but rising teaches you courage. Failing teaches you what doesn't work, but trying again teaches you resilience. Losing teaches you about vulnerability, but standing again teaches you about strength. Each time you get back up, you don't return as the same person. You return as someone harder to break. Aristotle believed that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the mastery of it. Courage is the first of human qualities because it is the quality which guarantees the others. Rising after a fall is the purest act of courage because it requires you to face fear, shame, and exhaustion and keep moving anyway. Staying down, on the other hand, erodes your spirit. The longer you remain there, the heavier it becomes to stand again. Regret builds, doubt multiplies, self-trust weakens. That's why you must rise quickly, even if the steps are small. Each step is momentum. Each act of defiance against defeat rebuilds your confidence. The longer you wait, the more power the fall gains over you. But when you rise, even stumbling, you take that power back. Epictetus taught, "It's not what happens to you, but how you react to it that matters." You can't control the fall, but you always control the rise. There's also a hidden gift in setbacks. They strip away illusions. They show you where you're weak, where your foundation needs work, where your patience is thin. And while painful, that clarity is invaluable. Without setbacks, you'd never know where to grow. You'd never build the kind of strength that lasts. Jung believed that growth requires facing the shadow, the parts of ourselves we would rather ignore. Setbacks are one way life forces us to confront those shadows. They drag hidden fears into the open, forcing us to see them clearly. And once you see them, you can work through them. The people who achieve the most in life are not those who never fall. They are the ones who rise relentlessly. They treat setbacks as part of the journey, not the end of it. They see each fall as another opportunity to build strength. They understand that resilience is not given, but earned. It is earned every time you choose to rise. Seneca noted, "A gem cannot be polished without friction, nor a man perfected without trials. Without trials, you remain unpolished, untested, unready for the weight of a greater life. With them, you shine, because each one grinds away what is weak and reveals what is strong. So don't fear setbacks. Expect them. Accept them as inevitable parts of the process. What matters is not how often you fall, but how consistently you rise. Rise even when it feels pointless. Rise even when no one notices. Rise because each time you do, you remind yourself that you are not finished, that your story is not over. And remember, each rise is a victory in itself. Even if you don't yet see the results you want, even if the progress is small, The act of rising proves that your spirit cannot be broken. That proof is priceless. It is the foundation upon which all future progress rests. The world doesn't reward those who never fall. It rewards those who fall, rise, and keep moving until the result becomes undeniable. So when setbacks come, because they will, don't stay down. Falling isn't failure. Staying down is. Every rise, no matter how small, makes you stronger than you were before. Every comeback is proof that you are not finished, that you refuse to let the story end here. And if you rise often enough, if you rise relentlessly, you will one day look back and see that the falls weren't signs of weakness at all. They were the very steps that carried you into the strength you now stand in. Confidence is one of the first signs that the work is paying off. When you keep promises to yourself, when you follow through day after day, you begin to trust yourself deeply. That trust shows in how you carry yourself. It shows in how you approach challenges. Suddenly, you're no longer searching for someone to validate you, because you've already validated yourself through discipline. The shift in your relationships happens just as quietly, but just as profoundly. When you are grounded within yourself, you no longer seek to use relationships to fill a void. You stop clinging, stop bending yourself to gain approval, stop resenting others for not giving you what you haven't yet given yourself. Instead, you bring stability into every interaction. You bring presence, you bring clarity. People feel it. They sense the steadiness in you, and it makes your connections more authentic, more resilient. Your health, too, begins to shift when you turn your focus inward. Small decisions, like moving your body daily, eating with intention, or resting properly, no longer feel like chores. They become natural extensions of the respect you've built for yourself. You stop treating health as punishment and start treating it as a foundation. The discipline you've cultivated in your mind seeps into your body. Seneca wrote, "A man is as unhappy as he has convinced himself he is." Much of your well-being comes not from what you consume, but from the mindset you hold. By focusing on yourself, you align both body and mind, and in that alignment, you feel whole again. And perhaps the most profound change is in your vision. When the noise fades, when distractions lose their grip, when your attention returns fully to you, your vision becomes sharper. You see what matters more clearly. You stop chasing everything and start pursuing only what aligns with your deeper purpose. That clarity saves you from scattering your energy. It directs your steps with precision. The external follows this internal shift, because the world can only reflect back to you what you project. If you move through life uncertain, doubting, distracted, the world will mirror it, offering you instability, shallow connections, and fleeting opportunities. But if you move through life grounded, clear, and disciplined, the world will respond in kind. You will attract stronger people, clearer opportunities, and more aligned outcomes. This isn't mysticism, it's the natural consequence of inner transformation. What's remarkable is how interconnected all these areas of life are. Build your confidence, and you communicate differently. Improve your health, and you carry more energy into your work. Clarify your vision, and you attract relationships aligned with it. Each piece strengthens the other because they all originate from the same source, you. That is why focusing on yourself is never selfish. It is, in fact, the most generous thing you can do because everyone connected to you benefits from your growth. But this change requires patience. At first, you may not notice much. Days of discipline can feel invisible. The early workouts, the quiet hours spent reading, the effort to focus inward, none of it seems to matter. But like roots beneath the soil, the effects are compounding. And when the tree finally breaks through, it seems sudden to everyone else, even though you know it was years in the making. Of course, setbacks will still come. Confidence will be tested. Relationships will face challenges. Health will fluctuate. Vision will sometimes blur. But when you've built yourself from within, those fluctuations don't break you, they bend you. They remind you that growth is not linear, that strength is not perfection, but resilience. And as you continue, you'll notice another shift: peace. Not the peace of having no problems, but the peace of knowing you can handle them. Not the peace of everything going your way, but the peace of being grounded enough to adapt when it doesn't. This kind of peace is rare, and it cannot be faked. It comes only from doing the work, from turning inward, from building yourself with patience and discipline until the external world no longer dictates how you feel. So over time, you'll notice something. By focusing on yourself, quietly, persistently, without apology, every part of your life begins to reflect that inner strength. Your confidence grows, your relationships strengthen, your health stabilizes, your vision sharpens. The external always follows the internal, and when it does, you realize that the life you've been chasing outside of yourself was waiting for you all along, hidden within, ready to emerge the moment you decided to focus on you until you win. Every step you've taken in silence, every setback you've overcome, every distraction you've resisted has been shaping this version of you. You didn't notice it at first, because growth is often invisible in the moment. But now, looking back, you see the evidence everywhere. You see how much calmer you've become under pressure. You see how much steadier you feel when doubt tries to creep in. You see how much more you trust yourself when you say you'll do something. And perhaps most importantly, you realize you've become someone who refuses to quit. That doesn't mean you never felt like quitting. It means you learned how to move even when quitting felt easier. You discovered that strength isn't the absence of weakness. It's the ability to keep going through weakness. Trust is another part of the prize. Not the trust others have in you, but the trust you have in yourself. That's the kind of trust you can't fake, and you can't buy. It's only earned by proving day after day that your word to yourself means something. Each time you followed through when you didn't feel like it, you cast a vote for the version of you that is reliable, unshakable, consistent. Over time, those votes became identity. And now you stand in it. You trust yourself fully. That self-trust is the foundation of unshakable confidence, because it tells you that no matter what life throws at you, you won't abandon yourself. And then there's the ability to stand alone. One of the hardest lessons in building yourself is realizing that not everyone will come with you. Some will doubt you, some will leave, some will resent the changes you make. But you kept walking, you kept building, and in that solitude you discovered a strength that only comes from standing alone without collapsing. What you find at the end of this journey is that external rewards, while meaningful, no longer define you. Success, money, recognition, they are valuable, but they are no longer the measure of your worth. Because now you know that the real prize was never outside. It was always inside. It was in the way you carried yourself, in the resilience you built, in the character you forged through discipline and patience. And here's the paradox. The moment you stop chasing external prizes as your ultimate reward is the moment you start achieving more of them. Why? Because you no longer move from desperation. You move from clarity. You no longer act to be seen. You act because it aligns with who you are. And that authenticity carries power. People feel it. Opportunities flow to it. But even if they didn't, you'd still move with the same conviction, because the prize is already yours. So yes, one day you'll reach your goals. But when you do, you'll realize that the real prize wasn't the finish line. It was who you became along the way. It was the refusal to quit when quitting was easy. It was the self-trust built through countless promises kept. It was the ability to stand alone and keep walking. And it was the realization that strength doesn't come from what you achieve. It comes from who you are when achievement is stripped away. That's the ultimate win, not the trophy, not the applause, not the recognition. The win is becoming someone you can trust completely, someone who cannot be broken by setbacks, someone who doesn't need the world to validate them because they've already validated themselves. That's the real prize, the strongest version of you. In the end, every struggle, every setback, every small victory has been shaping you into someone stronger than you realize. The true prize was never just the goal, it was the strength, the clarity, and the discipline you built along the way. So keep walking, keep building, and keep choosing yourself until you win. There is a moment, quiet, piercing, irreversible, when a person stops hoping the world will understand them. It's not dramatic. There's no audience, no applause, just silence. The kind that settles in your bones when you realize no one is coming to fix it. No one is staying up at night thinking about your pain. And in that silence, something ancient wakes up. A kind of strength that doesn't beg, doesn't explain, and doesn't need to be seen. That's the moment you stop performing and start becoming. Because the world may be indifferent, but you don't have to be powerless. The Stoics understood this long before us. They believed power begins when expectations die, and in that death, your real life begins. If you're someone who's ready to stop chasing validation and start cultivating inner power, consider subscribing as a quiet vow to yourself, a step toward a life rooted in discipline, clarity, and self-respect. Because here, we don't chase the world's applause. We build what the world can't ignore. Most people carry a quiet fantasy that their suffering is visible, that if they just hurt enough, someone will step in, that maybe if they just word it right, someone will understand. It's a soft hope, often unspoken, built deep into the way we're raised. If I'm in pain, the world will care. But then life happens. Pain is ignored. Tears go unnoticed. The phone stays silent. And that's when something shifts. You begin to see the illusion for what it really is. Not a reflection of your worth, but a reflection of how consumed people are by their own chaos. Everyone is battling something you'll never fully see, just like they'll never fully see yours. And if you build your identity on being seen, you will spend your life feeling invisible. That quiet ache of being overlooked, that's not cruelty, that's reality. And if you look closely, it might be trying to teach you something important. When we're young, we believe that pain deserves recognition. We think that if we suffer, someone owes us comfort. But the truth is, life doesn't hand out medals for endurance. It doesn't send angels when you're on your knees. It just moves on. People go about their lives. Friends forget. Strangers scroll. Not out of malice, but because they're drowning in their own problems. That might sound harsh, but harsh doesn't mean untrue. And here's the strange twist. That realization, painful as it is the first step toward becoming free. Because once you stop expecting the world to respond to your pain, you stop waiting. You stop freezing your life in hopes that someone will notice you're stuck. You begin to move for reasons that have nothing to do with applause. Carl Jung once said, "The world will ask you who you are, and if you don't know, the world will tell you." But what he didn't say, what you learn through experience, is that most people don't ask because they care. They ask so they can fit you into a box that makes sense to them. They don't see you. They see their idea of you. And when you stop performing for that gaze, you finally start living for something real. There's a kind of sorrow that comes with realizing you're not the main character in anyone's story, but your own. It's not rejection. It's simply gravity. No one owes you understanding. No one is required to hold your hand through the fog. And while that can make the world feel colder, it also makes your inner world burn brighter, because now you're the one lighting the fire. No more waiting for someone to read between the lines of your silence. No more hoping that your quiet breakdown will be noticed and gently mended by someone who just happens to get it. You get it now, and that changes everything. That disappointment, the one that used to sting, becomes something else. It becomes clarity, and clarity is the first real freedom. This is where the Stoics found their strength, not in being untouched by pain, but in refusing to outsource their healing. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about your neighbors." In other words, stop hoping someone else will see your wounds and name your value. The more you focus on being seen, the less you see yourself. And ironically, the more invisible you become. You become noise in someone else's life, rather than signal in your own. But when you finally let go of the hope that others will witness your suffering and give it weight, that's when you begin to build something indestructible. Not because you're harder, but because you're clearer. You start noticing how much of your identity was shaped around being seen, around the belief that someone, somewhere, should care. And when they didn't, you took it personally. But here's the truth no one likes to admit. Just because people don't care doesn't mean you're unworthy. It just means they're human, flawed, overwhelmed, distracted, just like you. The game was never about being seen. It was about waking up to the fact that you were always watching. You've been the one living inside your mind this whole time. You've been the only witness to the full weight of your thoughts. That's not a curse. That's a gift. Because it means you are the one with the power to change your narrative. Not them, you. There's power in being unseen. There's clarity in walking without needing an audience. Epictetus said, "Don't explain your philosophy, embody it." And that's what happens when you stop hoping to be seen. You start becoming. Not for attention, not for recognition, but because something inside you refuses to stay small. The pain that once felt unbearable becomes your blueprint. The silence that once haunted you becomes your teacher. The solitude that once scared you becomes your home. And when that shift happens, you no longer need to broadcast your wounds. You just carry them differently, not as a burden, but as proof that you kept going. So maybe being overlooked wasn't the tragedy you thought it was. Maybe it was the beginning, the slow, quiet death of illusion, and the birth of something real, something solid, something that no longer seeks validation because it's too busy building something permanent. You don't need to be seen to become something great. You need to see yourself clearly, honestly, without decoration. That's where everything changes. That's where your real life begins. When no one listens, something unexpected happens. You start listening to yourself. Not the surface voice, the one that echoes what others expect from you, but the quieter one underneath. The one you've ignored because it wasn't loud enough to compete with the noise of the world. But in the absence of applause, silence grows roots. You begin to hear your own thoughts more clearly, not as background noise, but as guidance. It's strange at first, uncomfortable even. You're used to checking your reflection in the eyes of others. But when those eyes turn away, you learn to see yourself from the inside. And that's when something shifts. You begin to move differently, not because someone told you to, not because someone believed in you, but because you decided to show up, without witnesses, without cheerleaders, without someone holding the door open. Self-reliance doesn't arrive in a burst of confidence. It arrives slowly, often disguised as loneliness. You wake up one day and realize no one's checking in, no one's asking how you're doing. And instead of falling apart, you start building. You begin taking yourself seriously, not because others do, but because you've grown tired of waiting. How many times have you paused your growth hoping someone would give you permission to continue? Hoping they'd say it's the right time, the right move, the right direction. But what if that permission never comes? What if no one ever says you're ready? Would you stay frozen forever? Or would you finally claim the authority that was always yours? That's where real power begins, not in being chosen, but in choosing yourself. The world teaches us to seek validation like it's oxygen, but the Stoics knew that peace isn't found in popularity, it's found in discipline. Epictetus said, "No person is free who is not master of themselves." Freedom doesn't come from being supported. It comes from knowing that even when you aren't, you will continue. That even when the room is empty, you'll do the work anyway. And not out of bitterness, but because the work matters, because you matter. When you understand that, showing up stops being a performance. It becomes an act of self-respect. And in that quiet, a new relationship forms, not with the world, but with your own mind. You begin to trust it more. You ask it what it needs. You listen to the fatigue in your body, the pull in your gut, the fire behind your chest. You stop outsourcing your intuition. You stop living reactively. Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes." That awakening doesn't feel like a dramatic breakthrough. It feels like subtle, consistent decisions that build a foundation under your feet. You start keeping your promises to yourself. You go for the walk. You write the words. You say no when something drains you. These aren't loud acts, but they build something no one can see from the outside. Trust. And trust in yourself is the currency of freedom. There's a quiet kind of strength that develops when you realize you are your own backup plan, when the silence doesn't scare you anymore, when you don't need to announce your every move or explain your every feeling, when you don't beg for someone to notice that you're trying, because you know the effort you're making, you know the storms you've walked through, you know what it took to still be here, choosing growth instead of collapse. That's not arrogance. That's integrity. You're no longer performing for the world. You're becoming for yourself. There will still be moments of doubt, moments when you wish someone would say, "I see you." But now you don't depend on it. You no longer fall apart in its absence. You carry yourself with the quiet awareness that you've earned your own respect. And that's rare. That's what makes people pause when you enter a room, not because you demanded attention, but because your energy says, "I don't need it." Seneca once wrote, "The greatest empire is to rule oneself." And ruling yourself doesn't look like perfection. It looks like consistency in the face of invisibility. It looks like doing what matters even when no one applauds. It looks like holding your standards high, even when no one is watching. When you build from that place, you're no longer dependent on external structure. You become the structure. You don't collapse when someone pulls away. You don't unravel when someone misunderstands you, because your foundation was never built on their understanding in the first place. It was built on clarity, on quiet decisions made in solitude, on the strength of waking up and moving forward again and again, because that's who you've chosen to become. And this is the most important part. Once you begin to rely on yourself in this way, you stop resenting others for not being who you needed. You release them. You stop waiting for them to return, to notice, to explain. You no longer tie your progress to their presence. You move regardless, not with coldness, but with grace. You become free, not because the pain is gone, but because it no longer defines the path. You carry it, but it doesn't carry you. That's what true self-reliance looks like. Not an absence of need, but a deep inner steadiness that says, even if no one sees me, even if no one comes, even if no one helps, I will keep going. Because this life is mine to live, and I will not wait for anyone to give me permission to become who I was always meant to be. We live in a world that rewards exposure. Every feeling must be shared, every wound displayed, every moment of struggle turned into something others can comment on. The more visibly broken you are, the more attention you receive. But not all attention is healing. Some of it is hollow. Some of it keeps you dependent on being seen as wounded to feel connected. And slowly, without realizing it, you begin to perform your pain. You start editing your suffering, packaging it for sympathy. You turn real emotions into content, thinking it will bring you closer to others. But it doesn't. It just makes your healing public property. What was once sacred becomes consumed. What was once your inner world becomes a storyline for others to follow and forget. There's a difference between honesty and emotional performance. One comes from depth, the other from habit. One is quiet, the other rehearsed, and most of us were never taught the difference. We confuse expression with healing. We think that just because we talk about it, we've worked through it. But sometimes, the more you speak of a wound, the more it stays alive. Not everything needs to be narrated. Some things need to be felt, endured, integrated, in silence. The Stoics weren't emotionless, they were composed. They believed in feeling deeply, but without letting those feelings control the trajectory of their lives. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, wrote, "Be like the cliff against which the waves continually break, but it stands firm and tames the fury of the water around it." He didn't mean suppress emotion. He meant, don't let it become a performance. Let it become presence. We've become conditioned to believe that silence is weakness, that if we don't express every feeling, we're hiding. But some things are not meant to be shared. Some parts of your story are sacred precisely because they belong only to you. Keeping something private doesn't mean you're ashamed. It means you're protecting something precious. And that unnerves people, because silence can't be dissected. It can't be pitied or praised. It demands space. It creates mystery. And mystery, especially in a world addicted to access, feels threatening. Carl Jung spoke often of the shadow, the parts of ourselves we bury or project. But he also said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." The truth is, not every form of healing needs to be visible. Some of the deepest transformations happen when no one is watching, when you're sitting with your thoughts, when you're choosing not to respond, not to prove, not to explain, when you let your emotions pass through without needing them to be seen, liked, or validated. That's not suppression. That's sovereignty. It's easy to mistake the loud for the strong, but strength isn't always loud. Sometimes it's quiet and still and completely uninterested in being understood. You don't have to prove your growth. You don't have to narrate your healing in real time. You can keep it to yourself and let the results speak later. And that patience, that refusal to perform, is what gives you power, because it means your peace isn't up for public negotiation. There's a kind of beauty in becoming unexplainable, in being someone who no longer shares every emotional bruise just to receive softness in return. You learn that not everyone deserves access to your struggle, not because you're hiding, but because you've stopped offering your pain as a way to earn connection. When you stop broadcasting your wounds, you stop attracting people who are only there to observe the damage, and slowly you begin attracting people who respect what you've built in silence. Seneca said, "No man is more unhappy than he who never faces adversity, for he is not permitted to prove himself. But once you've faced adversity and grown from it, you don't need to display the scars to justify your strength. You don't need to keep reopening wounds to remind others of what you've endured. You've proven it to yourself. That's enough. The moment you realize your emotions are not a currency for attention, you stop spending them so carelessly. You start guarding your inner life like something rare, because it is. And in that guarding, you find clarity. You start to realize how much energy was spent explaining what didn't need to be explained. You feel how much power was lost in asking to be understood by people who didn't have the depth to understand themselves. You watch how the crowd celebrates vulnerability, but forgets to mention that real vulnerability isn't exposure, it's discernment. It's knowing when to speak and when to remain silent. It's choosing who gets to see the real you and who only gets the surface. You don't need the world to validate your emotions for them to matter. You don't need to turn your pain into art just to justify why it hurts. You can hold that pain quietly. You can heal without display. You can grieve without an audience. And when you do, something incredible happens. You stop fearing the silence. You begin to feel at home inside it, because it no longer feels like abandonment. It feels like return. A return to yourself. A return to what's real. There's nothing wrong with expressing emotion, but when expression becomes a performance, it robs you of your power. Sovereignty begins the moment you choose presence over performance. The moment you stop explaining yourself to feel safe. The moment you realize your peace isn't fragile, it's forged in solitude. And when others can no longer predict you through your emotional patterns, they start to respect the depth they can't access. Not because you became colder, but because you became wiser. You don't owe anyone a front row seat to your healing, and you don't need to bleed in public to prove you're human. Some things are meant to be held close. Some truths are meant to be whispered only to yourself. That's not hiding. That's maturity. And in a world that glorifies noise, that kind of quiet becomes its own form of rebellion, its own form of freedom. Rejection feels personal because it touches something primal in us, the need to belong, to be seen, to be accepted as we are. But often, what feels like rejection is actually redirection. You weren't dismissed because you lacked value. You were pushed aside because your depth couldn't be digested by shallow eyes. Your silence was mistaken for absence, your self-containment for coldness. You were misunderstood not because you failed to express, but because you carry a frequency most people aren't tuned to. That doesn't make you wrong, it makes you rare. The world, for the most part, doesn't recognize nuance. It celebrates what's easy to label, easy to consume, easy to predict. So when you don't fit into those neat boxes, you become inconvenient. And in a world rushing to categorize, inconvenience is often discarded before it's explored. It's easy to internalize that as a flaw. To think, if I were louder, if I smiled more, if I softened my edges, maybe I'd be accepted. But that's the trap. The belief that your value lies in being legible to others. You weren't made to shrink into their comprehension. Carl Jung wrote, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Not who others can easily understand, not who fits the mold, but who you are when no one is watching and you've stopped trying to be approved." That kind of authenticity often comes at the cost of comfort. It invites misunderstanding. It requires solitude, but it also creates space for a deeper kind of transformation, one that isn't driven by applause, but by alignment. There comes a point when you stop interpreting rejection as loss and begin to see it as clarity. Every person who overlooks you, every space that doesn't welcome you, every silence that follows your presence, it all reveals something. Not about your worth, but about where your energy doesn't belong. That insight is priceless. It saves you years of self-doubt. It teaches you to invest where you're valued, not just tolerated. And once you learn that, you stop chasing explanations. You stop wondering why someone didn't choose you. You realize that not being chosen was the blessing, because it gave you back to yourself. There's a quiet revolution that begins when you stop trying to be understood. You begin to redirect all the energy you used to spend on being seen into actually building something. Something that doesn't need to be explained. something that stands on its own, a body of work, a lifestyle, a discipline. You shift from emotional scarcity, constantly trying to prove your worth, to psychological sovereignty, where your existence is no longer up for debate. That's where your center of gravity moves inward. You're not moved by approval or rattled by dismissal. You become grounded. And grounded people are magnetic, not because they seek attention, but because they carry something stable in a world that spins too fast. People will still misread you. They'll create stories to make sense of your quiet, your ambition, your boundaries. Let them. You're not responsible for correcting every false narrative. Marcus Aurelius said, "The opinion of 10,000 men is of no value if none of them know anything about the subject." You are the subject. And most people don't know you. Not really. They see glimpses, fragments. They project, assume, simplify. And while that used to bother you, now you see it for what it is, noise. The moment you let go of the need to correct the noise, your focus sharpens. You get more done. You sleep deeper. You move cleaner. Because now your life is no longer built around being perceived correctly. It's built around being lived truthfully. There's immense peace in that. You stop wasting energy explaining your process, your priorities, your silence. You don't justify why you've gone quiet. You don't explain why you walked away. You don't decode your boundaries. You just live them, not as a defense, but as a natural extension of self-respect. You become someone who moves with conviction, not commentary. And over time, that creates distance, not between you and others, but between you and the noise that once clouded your mind. Rejection becomes revelation when you realize it didn't shrink you. It sculpted you. It showed you where not to go, who not to become, what not to settle for. Every door that closed clarified the direction. Every silence refined your voice. Every betrayal deepened your discernment. What once felt like exile now feels like space. Space to build, space to breathe, space to finally become, not someone acceptable, but someone undeniable. And this shift, this movement from wanting to be seen to choosing to become, it changes everything. You stop speaking to be heard and start speaking to build. You stop walking into rooms to prove your worth and start walking into rooms already knowing it. You stop asking if you're too much, too quiet, too intense, and start asking if the space is too small for your truth. You stop apologizing for your depth and start protecting it. That's not arrogance, that's arrival. So, if you've been overlooked, let it be your initiation. If you've been misunderstood, let it be your turning point. You're not here to explain yourself into someone's comfort. You're here to become someone whose presence rewrites the room. And that begins when you finally understand. Rejection isn't the end of your worth. It's the beginning of your clarity. People talk about loneliness as if it's something to escape from, as if the absence of others means the absence of worth. But solitude, when chosen with intention, is not isolation. It's transformation. It doesn't shrink you. It burns away everything that doesn't belong. At first, it feels like silence. A heavy, echoing silence where the noise of the world fades and only your own thoughts remain. But slowly, that silence sharpens. It becomes a mirror that doesn't lie. And what you see there in the absence of distraction is not your weakness, it's your foundation. Solitude doesn't destroy you. It reveals what was always there underneath the noise. The craving for approval, the impulse to please, the subtle performances you didn't even know you were giving. Those things begin to melt away in the furnace of being alone. And in their place, something harder forms, something real. It's in that stillness that you begin to meet yourself honestly. Not the version of you curated for others. Not the identity shaped by expectation or obligation, but the raw material of your mind, your values, your fears. And for many people, that's exactly why solitude is so terrifying. Because when there's no one left to impress, no one left to chase, you're finally left with the truth. No performance, no edits, just you. And while that might feel like loss at first, it's actually the beginning of freedom. Epictetus wrote, "It's not things that disturb us, but our judgment of them." In solitude, those judgments become visible. You start to realize how many of your thoughts aren't yours, how many of your fears came from someone else's voice, how much of your identity was built on avoiding rejection rather than seeking truth. This is where the internal alchemy begins. The discomfort doesn't disappear, but it transforms. What once felt like loneliness starts to feel like privacy. What once felt like exile begins to feel like clarity. You start hearing your own voice louder than the world's opinions, and that voice, uncensored, unpolished, unafraid, teaches you how to live. You begin to understand that peace isn't found in a full calendar or a full room. Peace is found in presence, in being able to sit with yourself and not flinch, to feel the weight of your own mind and not run from it. That's not detachment, that's mastery. Carl Jung said, "The man who looks outside dreams, the man who looks inside awakens." Solitude is what forces you to look inward, to awaken. And with that awakening comes a kind of responsibility. You can no longer blame the noise for your confusion. You can't blame others for your stagnation. It's just you now. And that's where the power begins. Because the moment you stop externalizing your life, you reclaim the ability to direct it. You're no longer waiting for someone to come save you, validate you, or guide you. You start building your compass from the inside out. And that compass points to something sturdier than attention. It points to integrity. Most people avoid solitude because they don't like what they feel when everything else is stripped away. But that discomfort is exactly what makes the process necessary. You don't become strong by avoiding yourself. You become strong by confronting what's unhealed, unclear, and uncertain, and doing so without an audience. That's the difference between solitude and isolation. Isolation is running away. Solitude is running deeper. And in that deeper place, your resilience is formed. Quietly, consistently, without applause. You begin to make decisions differently, not from a place of, will this be accepted, but from a place of, does this align? You start trusting your instincts more because you've spent time with them. You've listened long enough to separate intuition from insecurity. And that's a level of self-knowledge that can't be taught. It has to be earned. Through silence, through space, through the kind of mental stillness that teaches you how to carry your own weight. That kind of clarity doesn't shout. It doesn't announce itself. But others feel it. In the way you speak, in the way you move, in the way you don't chase what used to pull you apart. Solitude makes your boundaries sharper. You stop saying yes just to avoid disappointing someone. You stop engaging in conversations that drain your spirit. You learn that no is not unkind, it's honest. And honesty, when cultivated in solitude, becomes a way of living. You don't need to prove anything anymore. You don't need to justify your distance or explain your focus. You simply live it. Because you've done the work in silence, and now your energy speaks for itself. Seneca once wrote, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." Solitude helps you see the difference. It pulls you out of imagined disasters, false narratives, and inherited fears. It plants you in what's real, and in that soil, something unshakable grows, a sense of self that doesn't shift with trends, a direction that doesn't wobble when misunderstood, a strength that isn't loud, but lasting. When you return to the world after time alone, you come back different. Not distant, but deliberate. Not bitter, but boundaried. You don't speak to be heard. You speak because your words come from stillness, not from noise. You're not easily swayed, not easily shaken, because you know the ground you stand on. You built it yourself, one quiet moment at a time. So no, solitude isn't punishment. It's preparation. It's the training ground for self-trust, self-respect, and self-direction. It's not where life ends. It's where it begins to deepen. And the person who has learned to walk through their own mind, alone and awake, becomes someone the world can't easily move, because they don't belong to the noise anymore. They belong to themselves. There comes a quiet turning point in every life, where the version of you that once felt essential begins to fall apart. Not with a dramatic crash, but with a slow, undeniable erosion. The old self, the one who needed approval, who bent to fit into spaces too small, who rehearsed words just to be liked, that self begins to feel heavy, outdated, false. You try to carry it a little longer, out of habit, out of fear, maybe even out of guilt. But it drags, it stiffens, and eventually it begins to rot. That's not failure. That's evolution. When something dies within you, it isn't always a loss. Sometimes it's the first breath of something deeper, the start of a more honest existence. At first, it's disorienting. You don't feel quite like yourself anymore, but you also can't go back. The mask doesn't fit. The old patterns feel exhausting. You say less, but what you say carries more weight. You stop explaining, not because you have nothing to say, but because you no longer feel the need to be understood by everyone. The chase for approval fades, and in its place, something steady begins to grow. You move with more intent. You don't fill silence out of nervousness. You don't perform your personality to make people more comfortable. You simply stand, like a mountain, still, watchful, unmoved. It's strange how people respond when this shift happens. Some distance themselves, others question what changed. They'll say you seem colder, more distant, less fun. What they're really sensing is that you've stopped making yourself available for emotional labor you never consented to in the first place. You've withdrawn from the game of constant reassurance, of being overly palatable. You're no longer addicted to being liked, and that absence makes people uncomfortable, because now they can no longer predict you, and unpredictability in someone who once conformed feels threatening to those still clinging to old versions of who you were. But here's what they don't see. That version of you needed to go. It needed to fall away so you could finally move freely, so you could stop editing your truth to fit someone else's narrative. Carl Jung once wrote, "We cannot change anything unless we accept it. Condemnation does not liberate, it oppresses. You didn't kill your old self out of hatred. You outgrew it out of truth. You stopped condemning your need for space, your desire for solitude, your craving for a simpler, quieter strength. And in that acceptance, the old self was released, not as a punishment, but as a rite of passage. You don't need to explain this process to others. The people who truly understand won't ask. And those who don't were never meant to walk with this next version of you anyway. You start to notice who respects your silence and who only knew you for your noise. You realize who valued your essence and who only loved your accessibility. That clarity is painful but necessary. It separates the seasonal from the lifelong. It refines your circle. It clears the emotional clutter you were too polite to discard, and it makes space for alignment. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." That's what the disappearance of your old self is. It feels like a loss, but it opens a path where you no longer chase connection, but attract it by being grounded. A path where you don't need to be known by many to feel known within yourself. You don't seek mirrors in others anymore. You've found your own reflection, and it's enough. There's something sacred about becoming someone who no longer needs to announce their change. You don't post about it. You don't campaign for recognition. You just live differently, and the difference becomes impossible to ignore. People feel it in your energy, your decisions, your detachment from petty dramas. They sense a calmness in you that can't be faked, because it came at a cost. It was earned in the quiet dismantling of your former self. In the nights you doubted everything and still chose to continue. In the moments where you wanted to explain, but chose instead to evolve. You're no longer triggered by the same things. You're no longer drawn to the same conversations. You no longer feel the pull to be constantly available. And at first, that feels like loneliness. But then it becomes something else. Freedom. Because you realize you were never really connected to those people, those places, or those roles. You were connected to who you had to become in order to stay there. And now that person is gone. Seneca said, "Every new beginning comes from some other beginning's end." This isn't just a shift in mindset, it's a rebirth. And like all rebirths, it's quiet at first, underrated, uncelebrated, but incredibly real. And with time, it becomes undeniable, not because you announce it, but because you embody it. You become someone who moves with quiet authority, who doesn't need to explain their values because they live them. Someone whose absence speaks just as loudly as their presence used to. Not out of pride, but out of peace. The old self was necessary. It got you here. It learned the hard lessons, absorbed the wounds, fought for belonging. But its time is over. You don't owe it anything except gratitude and release. And now, in its place, you stand clearer, stronger, unapologetically you. No longer looking back for validation, no longer reaching forward in desperation, but grounded, here, now, whole. And that, more than anything, is what makes you impossible to categorize. Because you've stopped being what the world told you to be. You've become who you were always meant to be. True presence doesn't come from how much you say or how loudly you say it. It comes from how little you need to say. There's a kind of quiet power in someone who has stopped seeking validation, a kind of weight in their stillness. You feel it when they walk into a room and don't try to control the space. They simply are. They don't need to announce their presence because their energy carries it for them. They don't push to be noticed, yet they're the one people watch. It's not arrogance, it's not performance. It's the confidence of someone who's no longer hungry for permission to exist. In a world obsessed with appearances, that kind of restraint is rare. And because it's rare, it's magnetic. You begin to realize that real strength is quiet, not hidden, but uninterested in performance. It's the product of someone who has met their fear and sat with it. Someone who has walked through pain without turning it into a show. Someone who doesn't need to posture or puff up because they're not operating from a place of insecurity. They've already faced the abyss and came back without needing to prove anything to anyone. Carl Jung once said, "A man who has not passed through the inferno of his passions has never overcome them." When you've done that kind of internal work, it changes how you move, it changes how you speak, or how often you choose not to. Because now, silence becomes a statement. You stop reacting to every opinion. You stop defending your every move. You let go of the compulsion to clarify yourself to those committed to misunderstanding you, not out of apathy, but out of alignment. You understand now that if someone doesn't feel your value, no amount of words will make them see it. And if someone does feel your value, you won't have to convince them. So you conserve your energy. You speak only when it matters. And when you do speak, people listen. Not because you're louder, but because you're selective. Your words weren't scattered. They were earned. They weren't about being heard. They were about expressing something real, something rooted. There's a power in that detachment, not the cold kind that pushes people away, but the self-contained kind that doesn't cling to outcomes. When you no longer rely on people to affirm your worth, you free them from the responsibility of carrying your identity, and you free yourself from the constant tug of needing to be liked, validated, or praised. That freedom makes you light, but it also makes you heavy in the eyes of others, because now your self-possession is something they can feel, and it unsettles people who are still measuring themselves through the eyes of others. Because when they meet someone who doesn't need the crowd, they're forced to face the fact that they might still be living for it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Waste no more time arguing about what a good person should be. Be one that's the essence of commanding without words. You don't try to be impressive. You just embody what you value." And the irony is, when you stop trying to be impressive, you often become unforgettable. Not because you shouted, but because your silence had depth, because your stillness had direction, because you weren't trying to win the room. You were rooted in something deeper than performance. People mistake detachment for disinterest, but true detachment is the highest form of clarity. It means you can engage without being absorbed. You can be present without being performative. You can care without clinging. And that clarity speaks louder than charisma. Because when someone can't be shaken by judgment, can't be baited into overreacting, can't be swayed by flattery or criticism, they start to feel like an immovable force. And we don't just respect forces, we adjust ourselves around them. This is what sets apart the grounded from the attention-hungry. The grounded don't compete for the spotlight because they carry their own light. They're not chasing the next compliment or performance-based connection. They're building something quiet but lasting, something that doesn't crumble when the room goes silent, something that doesn't shift with public opinion. And people notice. They always do. Because in a culture that rewards the loud, the steady become mysterious. The ones who don't need to prove themselves start to feel like they've already proven something far more important: self-mastery. There's no need to chase recognition when you move with intention. No need to explain your pace when you trust your timing. The less you say, the more room others have to feel what you are. And when your presence is built on depth, not performance, it leaves an imprint. Not because it was loud, but because it was grounded. Epictetus said, "First say to yourself what you would be, and then do what you have to do." Quiet power is built on that principle. You decide who you are, and then you live it. Not for applause, but for alignment. So if you've ever wondered why certain people command attention without asking for it, this is why. They don't chase it. They don't ask for it. They simply move in alignment with who they are. And that kind of presence, grounded in inner stillness, always speaks louder than noise. It doesn't need to shout. It just is. There's a strange kind of freedom that arrives the moment you stop needing care. Not because you've become bitter or numb, but because you've finally outgrown the illusion that your strength should depend on how others treat you. It's the point where a subtle but permanent shift happens inside. The world no longer has the same power to shake you. Its silence doesn't unsettle you. Its applause doesn't seduce you. You begin to move from a different place, from a center that doesn't ask for permission, doesn't beg to be seen, and doesn't fall apart when it's ignored. That's the paradox. You only gain real power when you stop needing to be rescued, not from pain, but from the discomfort of being alone in your truth. For a long time, we're taught to believe that care from others equals safety, that we must be heard to feel real, understood to feel valid, held to feel whole. But there's a deeper truth underneath all of that. The truth that power isn't something given to you by attention, love, or recognition. It's something built in silence, brick by brick, with the choices you make when no one's watching. That's why once you stop craving the emotional resources of others, something remarkable happens. You start becoming your own source. And when you do, you realize you were never powerless. You were just waiting for permission to be strong. Carl Jung once said, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." And that's where this new form of power begins, with acceptance. Not just of your strengths, but your fears, your darkness, your disappointment, your unmet needs. You accept that maybe they won't ever understand you, that maybe no one will love you exactly the way you've always wanted. And rather than fight it, you exhale. You stop resisting what is. You stop trying to control how others feel about you. And in that surrender, a new kind of control emerges, not over people or outcomes, but over yourself. You stop explaining things that don't need to be explained. You stop handing out pieces of your soul in exchange for temporary comfort. You no longer make yourself smaller to be digestible. You no longer bend your voice to avoid tension. You simply stand in your life, unfolded, unedited, and let the chips fall where they may. Some people will fall away, some will come closer, but none of that changes who you are, because now you are the one who defines your worth. You've stopped outsourcing it. You've stopped chasing love as proof of existence, and because of that, you're no longer fragile. You're rooted. It doesn't mean you stop feeling. It doesn't mean you wall yourself off or walk through life untouched. It means you stop expecting external care to fix what only internal clarity can. You stop making your healing a group project. You understand now that peace is built alone, and it's maintained by protecting that solitude, not by constantly inviting others into it to validate your progress. You no longer need to be mirrored in someone else's eyes to know you're whole. The mirror is now internal, and it doesn't distort. You also stop fearing disconnection, because the deepest connection, the one with yourself, has already been established. That's what makes you strong, not cold, not distant, but self-contained. People can come and go. You can love and be loved, but your foundation doesn't shake with their presence or their withdrawal. That's not detachment from life. It's engagement on your own terms. And that's what true autonomy looks like. You stop being a guest in your own mind. You become the architect. Marcus Aurelius once wrote, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. When your attention is no longer hooked by who notices you, who cares, who claps, or who stays, you redirect that energy inward, not in isolation, but in intention. You start asking different questions, not, why did they treat me that way, but what can I build with what's left? You start turning your pain into discipline, your silence into strategy, your disappointments into design, because you're not stuck anymore. You're not frozen waiting for the next wave of validation to carry you forward. You've become the current. This kind of power, this grounded, quiet, untouchable strength, it's not something that's handed to you by good fortune or the right people. It's forged in the moment you stop needing others to meet you, and instead meet yourself where you are. And from that meeting place, something more honest rises. A self that's no longer edited to please, a direction that's no longer influenced by fear of being misunderstood. A life that's finally yours, not borrowed from others' expectations, but owned. You become someone who moves with clarity, not desperation. Someone who can hold space for their own emotions without leaking them into every interaction. Someone who doesn't crumble when the applause stops because you never built your rhythm around their noise. You don't need to be followed to feel like you're going somewhere. You know where you're going. And that's why people start to feel your gravity, not because you demand it, but because you no longer need it. And that's rare. So when you stop needing care, don't mistake that shift for loss. It's a return, a reclaiming, a sharpening. You've taken back the most important thing, the ability to guide yourself, to walk through disappointment without folding, to be unseen without disappearing, to be misunderstood without self-abandonment. That's where everything changes. That's when life starts to move in your favor, not because the world suddenly understands you, but because you've stopped needing it to. And in that space, you become something unshakable, not because you were born that way, but because you chose it again and again, until your mind finally believed you were already enough. You don't need to be seen to become powerful. You don't need to be understood to become whole. The moment you stop waiting for the world to care is the moment you begin to shape yourself into something it can't ignore, quietly, fully, unapologetically. Have you ever stopped to wonder what if everything they call love is nothing more than fear of being alone? What if the need to have someone is simply a disguise to avoid facing the emptiness within yourself? And what if what you call a relationship is just another way to run away from you? Nothing is closer to the truth than the discomfort we feel in solitude. The Stoics urged us to imagine being on our deathbed, the room silent, the air heavy, the weight of your life pressing in, and to ask, did you live your own life, or did you merely exist in the shadow of someone else's? The Stoics also warned us against surrendering our inner freedom, reminding us that the chains we accept willingly are the hardest to break. We dress those chains in romance, in companionship, in the illusion of completion, but deep down, something burns. Something tears at you, whispering that you were meant for more. If you've ever felt that whisper, if you've sensed that truth hiding beneath the surface of your relationships, then you already know this conversation is for you. And if you seek the courage to face yourself without masks, to build a life rooted in your own strength and sovereignty, consider subscribing for the version of you who refuses to abandon their own soul. Most people don't fall in love because they've reached a place of wholeness. They fall because they're terrified of the silence that waits for them when the noise stops. The kind of silence that forces you to hear your own thoughts, to confront the questions you've been avoiding for years. There's an empty space in their life, a space that feels too wide, too echoing, too raw, so they fill it with another person. Not always because they deeply want that person, but because it's easier than facing themselves. We rarely talk about how much of what we call love is simply a beautifully dressed form of avoidance. It's easier to get lost in someone else's stories, emotions, and needs than to confront our own. Carl Jung once wrote, "Loneliness does not come from having no people around you, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important to you." And for many, a relationship isn't a bridge to true connection. It's a shield from that loneliness, a way to pretend they are understood, even when they've never truly understood themselves. The problem is, when love is rooted in fear, it becomes fragile. Every disagreement feels like a threat, every moment of distance like a crack in the glass. The relationship starts to carry the impossible task of holding together not just two lives, but also the unresolved parts of each person. And when those cracks begin to show, panic sets in. People cling harder, negotiate away their own values, silence their desires, and bend themselves into shapes that don't quite fit, just to keep the other person from walking away. It's not love at that point. It's a survival tactic. It's a way to keep from being left alone with the very silence they've been running from. In love, the opposite often happens. We seek to be validated, accepted, approved, and in the process, we trade away the raw honesty that could actually help us grow. This is why so many lose themselves in relationships without even realizing it. The process is subtle, almost invisible at first. You compromise on small things, where to eat, what to watch, how you spend the weekend. It feels harmless. It feels like partnership. But then the compromises grow. You hold back parts of yourself because you know they won't understand. You stop pursuing certain dreams because they create tension. You start adjusting your personality, not because you want to, but because you're afraid that being your full self might cost you the relationship. Over time, the person you were becomes harder to recognize, even to yourself. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, "It is not death that a man should fear, but he should fear never beginning to live." And that's the quiet tragedy. So many people stop truly living once they're afraid of losing someone. When the foundation of love is fear, it keeps you from the very thing love is supposed to bring, freedom. A healthy love should allow you to stand taller, not shrink smaller. It should strengthen your individuality, not erase it. But when fear is in control, love becomes a contract of unspoken conditions. Don't be too much. Don't change too fast. Don't disturb the balance, even if that balance is quietly suffocating you. People convince themselves that this is normal, that this is the price of being with someone. But what they don't realize is that this price is far higher than they think. They're paying with their authenticity, their creativity, their growth. And all of it is traded for the comfort of not facing themselves. The irony is, the silence they're running from is not their enemy, it's their teacher. In solitude, the noise fades, and you begin to hear your real voice again. At first, it's uncomfortable. You hear doubts, fears, regrets. But if you stay with it long enough, you also hear your values, your calling, your truth. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." You cannot do that if you're always drowning in someone else's presence, if your every thought is shaped to keep the peace rather than to find your own center. The fear behind love is rarely about losing another person. More often, it's about losing the distraction they provide. When you remove that distraction, you're left with yourself. And for many, that's the scariest encounter of all. But this is the encounter that changes everything, because once you can sit in your own silence without needing to escape it, you stop depending on others to make you feel whole. You stop negotiating away your identity for the sake of belonging. You begin to love by choice, not by necessity, and that is the kind of love that cannot be broken by absence or distance, because it's not built on fear, it's built on freedom. Choosing to face the silence is not easy. It takes courage to stop reaching for someone just to avoid yourself. But that courage is the foundation of a life where love becomes a gift, not a crutch. Where being with someone is a deliberate decision, not an unconscious escape. Where you can walk away from what doesn't serve you, not because you don't care, but because you care too much about not abandoning yourself. The fear behind love will keep you running in circles. Facing it will set you free. And freedom, as the Stoics taught, is the only possession no one can take from you. From the moment we're old enough to understand words, the story begins. It comes in bedtime tales, in movies, in the way adults speak about life. You grow up, you meet someone, you fall in love, and you settle down. It's painted as the ultimate destination, the final chapter where all loose ends are tied and the credits roll over a happy ending. Few ever stop to ask what happens after that scene fades to black, and fewer still question whether this script serves everyone, or whether it silently robs us of the chance to meet the most important person we'll ever know, ourselves. This conditioning doesn't arrive like a command. It's softer, more insidious. It lives in casual questions from relatives. When are you going to meet someone? As if your life is a waiting room for love. It hides in compliments that compare your worth to your relationship status. By the time we're adults, the message is no longer questioned. It's absorbed, unquestioned, like gravity. The effect of this quiet programming is profound. Without even realizing it, many people grow into adults who believe that life without a partner is incomplete by definition. They may travel, learn, build careers. But somewhere in the back of their mind there's a constant, unspoken reminder that all of it is just filler until they find someone. And so they enter relationships not out of readiness or genuine self-knowledge, but out of a sense of duty to the story they were handed. Carl Jung once wrote, "The most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely." For many, a relationship becomes a way to avoid that terrifying work. If someone else validates us, we don't have to fully validate ourselves. If someone else mirrors back our value, we don't have to face the silence that asks us to define it for ourselves. This invisible conditioning shapes not only who we choose, but how we behave once we've chosen. If you've been taught that your worth is tied to being partnered, you will often endure situations that harm you just to avoid returning to the dreaded state of being single. You will ignore red flags, tolerate disrespect, or contort yourself into someone else's ideal rather than risk the shame of ending up alone. Marcus Aurelius once observed, "It is not the things themselves that disturb us, but our judgments about them." The judgment here is subtle but crushing. Alone equals failure, together equals success. It is this false equation that keeps countless people trapped in lives that do not reflect who they truly are. It's worth noticing that this script doesn't account for individuality. It's one size fits all, yet sold as universal truth. Some people flourish in deep, committed partnerships. Others need long stretches of solitude to truly grow. But the conditioning rarely leaves room for the second option. Solitude is reframed as loneliness, and loneliness is presented as a problem that must be solved quickly. This pressure doesn't just come from others, it begins to live inside you. Even when no one is watching, you might feel restless in your own company, as if you're wasting time by not moving toward that prescribed ending. Over time, this restlessness becomes the background music of your life. You learn to measure your progress, not by how well you've come to know yourself, but by how close you are to fulfilling the cultural blueprint. The danger of living by this blueprint is that it discourages deep self-exploration. If the goal is already set, why bother wandering off the path? Why question whether the destination fits who you've become? The conditioning tells you that discovering yourself is secondary to finding someone else, and in doing so, it subtly invites you to abandon parts of yourself that don't fit neatly into a relationship narrative. You might suppress ambitions, interests, or unconventional ideas because they could make it harder to fit the mold. In this way, the story doesn't just shape your relationships, it shapes your identity. Jung often spoke of individuation, the process of becoming your true self, as the central task of life. This journey demands time, space, and a willingness to stand apart from the crowd. But the invisible conditioning tells you the opposite, that you must merge, pair off, and bind your life to another's as soon as possible. And here lies the tension. Individuation asks you to turn inward, while the script demands you look outward. Without realizing it, you may spend decades living in the tension between these two forces, pulled away from your own becoming by the gravitational pull of expectation. It's not that love or companionship is wrong. The issue is when it becomes compulsory, when it's sought reflexively, without considering whether you're ready or whether the person you're becoming is even compatible with the role you've been taught to play. Relationships entered under the weight of conditioning often become mirrors of that conditioning, safe, familiar, but unchallenging. You may find comfort, but you won't find the full truth of yourself. And the tragedy is that by the time you notice, years may have passed, and the person you could have been feels distant, almost unreachable. The first step in loosening the grip of this conditioning is awareness. To see the story for what it is, a story, not an absolute law, changes everything. When you realize you're free to write your own script, the urgency to find someone fades. You begin to see the space of being single not as an absence, but as a rare opportunity, an open field where you can plant ideas, dreams, and parts of yourself that would never survive in the cramped soil of living solely for someone else's approval. The Stoics would call this living in accordance with nature, aligning your life with your own nature, not the artificial narratives handed down to you. Breaking free from the invisible conditioning doesn't mean rejecting love forever. It means refusing to let the fear of being alone dictate the course of your life. It means choosing to know yourself deeply before you choose to share yourself. Because when you finally meet someone from a place of wholeness, you won't be seeking them to fill a void. You'll be inviting them to walk beside you on a path you've already made your own. And that is the kind of connection that no conditioning can manufacture, because it's born from freedom, not from fear. It doesn't happen in a single moment you can point to. It's not as if one day you wake up and everything is different. No, it's slower than that. So slow you can convince yourself nothing is really changing. It starts with a tiny compromise. You skip something you wanted to do because it doesn't fit the plan. You soften your opinion in a conversation to avoid a little friction. You tell yourself it's not worth the argument, that this is what maturity looks like, that love means meeting in the middle. And at first it feels harmless, even noble. But over time, those small concessions begin to stack up, and the person you were starts to fade, not because anyone demanded it outright, but because you offered it piece by piece without noticing the cost. The shift is so subtle you barely feel it happening. You adapt to make things smoother, to keep the peace, to protect the bond you think you can't live without. And while compromise is part of any connection, there's a difference between adapting and erasing. When you start filtering your thoughts before you even speak them, when you swallow desires because they might cause discomfort, you begin to trade authenticity for security. The Stoics warned against this kind of bargain. Seneca wrote, "He who is brave is free." True freedom, in this sense, means being able to exist fully without constant self-editing. But when love turns into a stage where you're always rehearsing the right lines, freedom slips quietly out the back door. One of the reasons this disappearance is hard to detect is because it often gets framed as growth. You tell yourself you're becoming less selfish, more understanding, more flexible, and sometimes you are. But there's a line between growing and shrinking, and when the line blurs, you may not realize which side you're on until it's far behind you. You begin to notice little things. You laugh less the way you used to. You pursue fewer of the interests that once made you feel alive. You hesitate before expressing what's truly on your mind. In isolation, none of these seem alarming, but together they create a quiet erosion of self, a version of you that has been carefully sanded down to fit the shape of someone else's comfort. What makes this erosion dangerous is that it's self-inflicted. Rarely does someone explicitly ask you to disappear. Instead, you do it in the hope of keeping the connection. It's the unspoken belief that love is maintained by removing your sharp edges, by becoming easier to live with, by being agreeable even when it costs you something essential. Over months or years, the person staring back at you in the mirror feels familiar but strangely distant. You recognize the outline, but the inner fire, the specific combination of thoughts, desires, and expressions that made you who you are, has dimmed. This slow disappearance doesn't only happen in romantic relationships. It can take place in friendships, families, even workplaces. Anywhere the subtle pressure to belong outweighs the courage to stand as yourself, the erosion begins. And because the change is gradual, it often feels like the natural way things are supposed to be. You tell yourself that everyone compromises, that maybe this is just the cost of connection. But deep down, a quiet restlessness stirs. It's the part of you that remembers a time when you felt fully alive in your own skin, unedited and unapologetic. The painful truth is that disappearing in this way doesn't strengthen the bond, it weakens it. Relationships built on partial truths and filtered selves create a fragile foundation. You may keep the peace on the surface, but underneath, resentment begins to grow, and the connection becomes less about genuine closeness and more about maintaining an image. Marcus Aurelius reminded us, the soul becomes dyed with the color of its thoughts. If your thoughts are constantly tailored to avoid conflict, then your soul slowly adopts the muted tones of avoidance, losing the vibrant colors that made you unique. Reclaiming yourself from this disappearance isn't about swinging to the other extreme and refusing compromise altogether. It's about remembering that the truest form of love, whether romantic, platonic, or even self-love, thrives when both people stand whole. It's about recognizing that you can be kind without erasing your boundaries, that you can be loving without silencing your truth. The courage to be fully yourself will sometimes create tension, but tension is not the enemy. As the Stoics understood, the tests we face are the training ground for strength. A relationship that cannot withstand your authenticity is not one that can truly hold you. The slow disappearance is seductive because it feels safe. But that safety is an illusion if it comes at the expense of your own life force. You are not meant to be a softened, palatable version of yourself just to preserve an idea of love. Love that demands your absence is not love. It's a contract for slow self-abandonment. And when you finally see this, you begin to understand that the greatest gift you can give any relationship is the fullness of who you are, unshaped by fear and uncut by compromise. Because the moment you stop disappearing, you stop trading your life for someone else's comfort, and you start living it as it was meant to be lived, whole, present, and unmistakably yours. Belonging is one of the deepest human desires. We are wired to seek it, to feel anchored in a place, a group, or a person. There is comfort in knowing you have somewhere to return to, someone who will call you theirs, a life that feels shared rather than solitary. But what we rarely acknowledge is the quiet toll this belonging can take when it's not grounded in true freedom. The cost is rarely demanded outright. Instead, it shows up as a constant, almost invisible negotiation of your thoughts, your desires, your very essence. You learn over time which parts of yourself are welcome and which should be hidden away. And the more you trade away those parts, the safer you seem to feel, even as something essential in you begins to fade. The safety of belonging often comes wrapped in rules. Some are spoken, most are not. You discover that certain opinions are better left unsaid because they disturb the peace. Certain ambitions should be toned down because they threaten the balance. Even emotions, raw and unfiltered, are carefully measured so they don't make others uncomfortable. Slowly, you start to live in a kind of emotional and mental middle ground, never too much, never too little, always adjusted to fit the space you occupy. Epictetus warned, if you wish to improve, be content to be thought foolish and stupid. But belonging often makes us unwilling to be misunderstood. We choose smoothness over honesty, acceptance over self-expression, and that choice, repeated often enough, reshapes us. What makes this cost so subtle is that it often feels like love. You tell yourself you're compromising because you care, because you're a good partner, friend, or family member, and sometimes that's true. But the line between healthy compromise and self-erasure is thin, and belonging has a way of pushing you toward the latter without you noticing. One day you realize you're no longer saying what you think unless it's safe. You've stopped chasing certain dreams because they don't align with the shared plan. You've become careful, measured, less spontaneous, not because you wanted to change, but because change threatened the approval you had worked so hard to secure. The cost of belonging isn't always paid in dramatic moments of betrayal or loss. More often, it's paid in small, almost invisible installments. The joke you didn't make because you weren't sure how it would land. The truth you didn't speak because it might cause conflict. The risk you didn't take because it would require explaining yourself to someone who wouldn't understand. Each of these seems minor in isolation, but together they form a pattern. Over time, you begin to live not for your own clarity or authenticity, but for the stability of the group or the relationship. You trade pieces of your individuality for a sense of security, believing that the more you give, the more you'll belong. If your thoughts are constantly adjusted to match the expectations of others, your soul will inevitably lose its own distinct color. Staying single, or even just choosing solitude when needed, means you keep ownership of your thoughts, desires, and essence without the constant background negotiation. It's not about isolation, it's about sovereignty. It's about knowing that every decision you make comes from your own center, not from a calculation about how it will be received. This isn't to say that connection is inherently dangerous. Love, friendship, and community can be powerful sources of growth and joy, but they only serve you if they allow your full presence. When belonging requires constant self-editing, it's not connection, it's a subtle form of control. And control, no matter how softly applied, limits your capacity to live as yourself. Jung believed that individuation, the process of becoming whole, cannot happen when your sense of self is dependent on the approval of others. You cannot integrate the parts of you that are hidden away to maintain belonging. To choose yourself over the comfort of belonging is not easy. It can mean standing apart from the group, breaking unspoken rules, or letting go of relationships that cannot hold your truth. It can mean moments of loneliness that feel sharper than you expected. But it also means living without the weight of constant adjustment, without the slow erosion of your voice and vision. And in that freedom, something remarkable happens. You begin to belong to yourself in a way no one can take away. The cost of belonging is real, but so is the reward of keeping your own life in your own hands. Staying single doesn't mean you reject love or connection. It means you refuse to trade your essence for them. It means that when you do choose to belong somewhere, it will be on your terms, as your whole self, without shrinking to fit. Because belonging is sweetest when it doesn't come at the expense of who you are. And freedom, once claimed, makes every other kind of connection richer, deeper, and truer. When you strip away the constant hum of other people's voices, something unexpected rises in its place. At first, it's unsettling, the kind of quiet that feels almost too loud. You notice thoughts you didn't realize were there, ideas that had been buried under conversations, obligations, and the steady pull of someone else's presence. Alone, there's no one to distract you from them. They surface with an intensity that can feel overwhelming, like a room you've avoided cleaning for years suddenly lit by a harsh, revealing light. Carl Jung once wrote, "Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." Solitude forces that awakening. It asks you to turn inward, to look directly at what you've been avoiding. And while it can feel like discomfort at first, there's something else buried in it: clarity. As the days or weeks pass, that clarity deepens. You begin to hear your own voice with more precision, without constant negotiation of your thoughts to fit someone else's expectations. Your ideas stretch further, bolder. You start following your mind down paths you might have dismissed before because they didn't align with the shared plan or the comfort of the group. The world inside you begins to expand, filling with details and connections you couldn't see when you were too busy adapting to someone else's rhythm. This is the part people rarely talk about when they speak of being alone, the way your mind sharpens when there's nothing to dilute it. At first, solitude can feel like a kind of loss, especially if you've been conditioned to see it as absence. No partner to share your day with, no one to consult before making decisions, no immediate echo of your words. But as you lean into it, you realize that absence has been misunderstood all along. What you've actually been given is space, pure, unclaimed, unmeasured space. And space has a way of revealing the truth. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." In solitude, that truth becomes undeniable. You stop outsourcing your validation, your direction, your worth. They start coming from the inside out, and the power in that shift is hard to describe until you've felt it. The more time you spend in this space, the more it changes you. At first, you fill the silence with noise, music, screens, conversations with anyone who will listen, but slowly you start letting the silence be. You discover that not all thoughts need to be drowned out, that some of the discomfort you feel in stillness is simply the process of meeting yourself again. It's in that stillness that desires become sharper. You realize which dreams are truly yours and which were inherited from someone else's vision for your life. You feel the pull toward things you had long forgotten mattered to you. This is when solitude begins to shift from uncomfortable to addictive, not because you want to avoid people, but because you've tasted the freedom of living without constant compromise. There's a peculiar kind of energy that comes from being alone on your own terms. It's not the isolation born of rejection or loss. It's chosen, deliberate, and rooted in self-respect. The Stoics would see this as aligning with nature, living according to your own inner compass. You start to notice how much of your life before was built around reaction, reacting to someone else's mood, their needs, their plans. Now, your energy is directed toward creation. You're not managing another's emotions before you can explore your own. You're not tempering your excitement or holding back an idea because it might be misunderstood. In this space, time feels different. There's a stretch to it, an openness that allows for deeper work and deeper thought. You can pursue an idea until it's fully formed without being interrupted by the constant need to check in with someone else. You can start something at midnight because you feel inspired, or stop in the middle of a project to follow a new thought without having to explain yourself. It's in these moments that you realize how much energy you've spent before on simply maintaining the balance of shared life. That energy is now yours to invest where it matters most. Of course, solitude isn't a constant stream of inspiration. There are days when the quiet feels heavy, when you wish for the ease of someone else's presence. But even in those moments, you begin to understand the weight has meaning. It's shaping you, building your capacity to stand on your own, to sit with your own mind without running from it. Eventually, the space solitude creates stops feeling like a void and starts feeling like home. You realize that the truest connections you'll ever have, with others, with the world, with your own work, are richer when they grow from this foundation. You no longer fear being alone because you've seen what can be built there. And once you've experienced the sharpness of thought, the clarity of vision, and the unfiltered pull of your own desires, you'll protect that space fiercely. Not as a wall against the world, but as the ground on which you stand, steady and unshakable. Because when you belong fully to yourself, no connection can take that away, and no absence can strip you of it. From the earliest stories, we're told, there's a common thread, a promise that somewhere out there exists another person who will complete us. It's in fairy tales, in songs, in movies. You're not whole until you find your other half. At first, this idea feels romantic, even comforting. It suggests that life's deepest fulfillment comes not from within, but from merging with another. But beneath that comforting surface is a subtle, dangerous belief that on your own, You are incomplete, and when you accept that belief, you begin to live as though your worth and stability depend on someone else. This myth has a quiet way of shaping your decisions. If you think you are incomplete, then every action is weighed against the hope of attracting or keeping another person. Your choices begin to orbit around the possibility of being chosen, of being enough for someone else. You might adjust your ambitions so they don't threaten the relationship, or downplay parts of your personality that don't fit the image of a perfect partner. Over time, your identity becomes less about what feels true to you and more about what will secure connection. This isn't love, it's dependence disguised as devotion. And dependence, no matter how pretty the packaging, slowly erodes individuality. Dependence is seductive because it offers a false sense of security. It tells you that as long as the relationship remains, you're safe. But that safety comes at a cost. You start to measure yourself not by your own standards, but by how well you fit into someone else's life. You ignore the quiet signals from within, the dissatisfaction, the suppressed curiosity, the unspoken dreams, because chasing them might disrupt the bond. Epictetus wrote, "If you want to be free, then wish for nothing that depends on others." Freedom doesn't grow in the soil of dependence. Instead, it shrinks there, until one day you realize you've built your life on ground that can disappear at any moment. When you buy into the myth of incompleteness, relationships stop being choices and start being lifelines. The thought of losing the other person isn't just about emotional pain. It feels like losing a part of yourself. That's why people stay in situations that no longer nourish them, why they silence their instincts and ignore their needs. They believe leaving would mean becoming less than whole. But the truth is, you were never half of a whole. You were always an entire person, capable of love, creation, and purpose without needing to fuse yourself to another. The wholeness you seek from someone else can only ever be built from within. It's worth asking, where did this belief come from? In part, it's cultural. Societies often idealize the couple, the family unit, as the highest form of personal achievement. Single life is framed as a waiting room, a temporary state you should aim to escape. Even language reflects this bias. Terms like settling down suggest that only in partnership can life find its true form. But this narrative leaves out the reality that partnership is not a guarantee of fulfillment, and singleness is not a sentence of lack. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "Very little is needed to make a happy life. It is all within yourself." The myth of incompleteness hides this truth, keeping people searching outward when the real work is inward. Breaking free from this myth doesn't mean rejecting relationships altogether. It means approaching them from a place of self-sufficiency rather than need. When you no longer see yourself as a fragment waiting to be completed, love becomes a choice, not a dependency. You can give without fear of losing yourself, and you can receive without making it your source of identity. This kind of love is richer, deeper, because it's built between two whole people who can stand alone if needed. Jung understood this dynamic well. He believed that true connection could only occur when both individuals had confronted their own inner world, rather than using each other to avoid it. The challenge is that choosing wholeness can feel lonely at first. Without the immediate validation of a relationship, you have to face yourself in full, your flaws, your strengths, your unrealized potential. That's the work most avoid, which is why dependence can be so tempting. But once you start to build a life that feels complete on its own terms, something changes. The fear of being alone starts to fade. Your self-worth stops swinging with the moods or opinions of others. And the relationships you do form aren't built to fill a void, they're built to share abundance. The myth of incompleteness is powerful because it's been repeated so often it feels like truth. But the real truth is simpler and far more liberating. You are not half of anything. You are a whole, complex, capable being. The more you live from that place, the less you'll tolerate connections that require you to shrink. You'll stop treating love as an antidote to your existence and start seeing it as a complement to it. And in that shift, dependence loses its hold, individuality returns to its rightful place, and your life stops being a search for the missing piece and starts being the creation of something complete, entirely on your own terms. Society has a way of making its preferences clear without ever saying them outright. You see it in how people react to certain milestones: buying a house, getting married, having children. These are celebrated as markers of success, proof that you're on the right path. They make you predictable, and predictability is comforting to the collective. When you're part of a couple, people think they know what comes next. Your life has a familiar shape. It's easier to understand, easier to categorize, easier to control. But step outside of that pattern, live fully and unapologetically single, and suddenly you become harder to define. Your next move isn't obvious. You don't fit neatly into the expected script. And that unpredictability makes people uneasy because it signals freedom, the kind that can't be managed. The herd thrives on stability. It wants to know what to expect from you, and in return, it offers the safety of acceptance. But that acceptance comes with an unspoken agreement. Don't stray too far from the path. When you're coupled, the path is almost pre-written: shared plans, mutual compromises, a rhythm that keeps you in step with the majority. And there's nothing inherently wrong with that rhythm, unless it drowns out the beat of your own drum. The thriving single person doesn't just hear their own rhythm, they live by it. They make choices that don't require consensus. They move in ways that can't be easily predicted. And in a world built on conformity, that is a kind of power that both fascinates and threatens. The reason unpredictability is so powerful is because it's rooted in autonomy. If no one can predict your next step, it means no one else is setting your direction. You're not following a script, you're writing your own. The herd may see this as instability, but for the outlier, it's freedom. Without the constant need to negotiate decisions with a partner, you can pivot when inspiration strikes. You can take risks without having to justify them. You can chase opportunities that don't make sense to anyone but you. And that ability to act without delay, without compromise, is a rare currency. Of course, the herd doesn't just ignore the outlier, it often tries to pull them back in. Questions come disguised as concern. Don't you want someone to share your life with? Aren't you afraid of ending up alone? Beneath these questions is an assumption that a life outside the couple framework is less valuable, less complete. But these are the questions of people who measure life by how well it mirrors the majority. They can't see that solitude, when chosen, is not a lack, it's a luxury. It's a wide open space where self-determination can flourish without interruption. The outlier knows this, and that knowledge becomes a shield against the subtle pressure to conform. What unsettles people most about the thriving single person is not their solitude, it's their contentment within it. If you're alone and miserable, the herd feels validated. It proves their path is the better one. But when you're alone and thriving, you disrupt the narrative. You show that happiness and fulfillment aren't exclusive to the couple's lane, and that makes others question the compromises they've made. Jung understood this discomfort, noting that the most intense conflicts, if overcome, leave behind a sense of security and calm that is not easily disturbed. The thriving single person has faced the conflict of societal expectation head-on, and in overcoming it, they've found a calm the herd can't quite replicate. Unpredictability also breeds resilience. When you're not dependent on another person to define your identity, you're less shaken by change. The herd fears disruption because it throws their carefully constructed stability into question. But the outlier moves through change fluidly. They're used to navigating without a preset map. They know that life can shift in an instant, and they've built themselves to adapt. This adaptability is another form of power, one that allows them to seize opportunities and weather challenges without losing their sense of self. In the end, the difference between the herd and the outlier isn't about relationships, it's about agency. The herd follows patterns laid out by others, finding safety in numbers. The outlier takes the risk of stepping off the path, knowing that the terrain may be unpredictable, but also knowing that it is theirs to explore. And in claiming that risk, they gain something the herd often sacrifices: the right to live entirely on their own terms. The thriving single person understands that unpredictability is not chaos, it's potential. It's the openness to be shaped by choice, rather than by default. They're not rejecting connection. They're rejecting the idea that connection must come at the cost of individuality. And in a world that constantly rewards predictability, the outlier's refusal to be easily defined is both a rebellion and a declaration. I belong to myself first. That kind of self-possession can't be given, and it certainly can't be taken. It's built, earned, and protected, and once you have it, you realize it's the rarest kind of power there is. The greatest ideas rarely arrive when you're surrounded by noise. They don't tend to grow in rooms filled with chatter, constant movement, and the weight of other people's expectations. They emerge in the still hours, when the world feels far away and there's no one pulling at your attention. There's a certain electricity in those moments. The long nights when you're lost in thought, the quiet mornings when you wake without obligation. In solitude, your mind roams without needing permission. It wanders into strange territory, stumbles onto connections it wouldn't have made under the gaze of an audience. Carl Jung once said, "Solitude is for me a fount of healing which makes my life worth living." What he understood is that creation isn't just about inspiration, it's about space. Without that space, the raw material of thought doesn't have room to take shape. When you're alone, you can chase an idea without having to justify why it matters. You can follow a thought into the depths of obsession without having to explain yourself to someone else's logic. You can let it consume you for hours, days, even weeks, and there's no one to tell you to slow down or step back. That freedom, to sink fully into your own process, is a rare gift in a world obsessed with constant connection. It's in that freedom that the creative edge sharpens. Without compromise, without the subtle pressure to adjust your pace for another person, your mind learns to stretch in ways that can't happen in the crowd. Crowded spaces, whether physical or emotional, tend to pull your attention outward. You're aware of others, aware of how your actions might be interpreted, aware of what's expected of you. That awareness can be useful in collaboration, but it's poison to certain kinds of thought, the kind that needs to be unruly, unmeasured, and untouched by outside influence. Solitude removes the need for approval. You're no longer creating to be seen a certain way. You're creating because something within you demands to be brought into existence. Seneca noted, "We must take a break from the world and withdraw into ourselves." It's not withdrawal out of avoidance. It's withdrawal as an act of preservation, to protect the fragile beginnings of an idea until it's strong enough to face the world. The absence of expectation is what makes solitude such fertile ground for creation. When no one is waiting on you to produce a certain kind of work, you're free to explore the strange, the impractical, even the absurd. And it's often in those directions that the most original ideas live. You can write something that may never be published, sketch something no one will see, experiment without fear of failing in public. In this way, solitude acts as a laboratory for your imagination, where mistakes are not only allowed but necessary. Without the constant lens of someone else's opinion, you can take risks that would otherwise feel too exposed. There's also a rhythm to solitude that nurtures creativity. Without the interruptions that come from shared life, you can enter what psychologists call flow more easily, a state where time disappears, and you're so absorbed in the work that nothing else exists. You don't have to stop mid-thought to respond to a message or explain why you're still at your desk. The momentum builds, carrying you deeper into the process, and sometimes what emerges from that state is something you could never have forced through will alone. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Nowhere you can go is more peaceful, more free of interruptions than your own soul, and in that uninterrupted space, your best work often finds you." The creative edge of being alone isn't just about producing more, it's about producing work that feels truer. In the absence of others, you stop mimicking. You stop unconsciously shaping your ideas to match what's popular or what will be praised. You stop editing before you've even begun. What comes out is raw, unfiltered, and entirely yours. Even if it's imperfect, it carries your signature in a way that work made under constant influence never can. That authenticity is worth more than polish, because it's the foundation of a voice that can't be replicated. This is why so many thinkers, writers, and artists throughout history have sought solitude, not as a rejection of people, but as a necessary ingredient in their work. They understood that while collaboration has its place, the deepest, most transformative insights are often born in the quiet hours no one else sees. Alone, you can wrestle with your own contradictions, push against your own limits, and listen for the truths that don't speak loudly enough to be heard in the crowd. Those truths might unsettle you at first, but they're the ones that tend to reshape everything you create afterward. In the end, the creative edge of being alone comes down to this: solitude gives you room to hear yourself clearly, without interruption, without dilution. It allows you to build something before the world has a chance to tell you what it should be. And once you've experienced that kind of space, once you've felt what it's like to create without compromise, you start to guard it fiercely. Not because you want to shut the world out, but because you've seen how much more alive your work, your ideas, and your very self become when you give them the gift of being born in silence. When you step out of the constant exchange of emotions that comes with being closely tied to someone else, something subtle but powerful begins to happen. At first, it's disorienting. You're used to checking the emotional temperature of another person before you even know your own. You've been conditioned to adjust your tone, your energy, your words to keep balance or avoid conflict. But when you remove yourself from that constant negotiation, the static starts to clear. You begin to realize just how much of what you've been feeling all along wasn't even yours. It's not that other people intend to weigh you down, it's just what happens when you're deeply connected. Their highs become your highs, their lows seep into your bones. Over time, it becomes harder to tell where you end and they begin. But in solitude, you start to notice the difference. You realize that the irritation you've been feeling isn't a permanent part of you. It's residue from constantly managing another's frustrations. The heaviness that used to linger in your chest doesn't belong to you at all. It's something you absorbed in the process of trying to keep the peace. The Stoics believed that our peace of mind depends not on events themselves, but on the judgments we attach to them. When you're alone, those judgments are finally yours, unfiltered and unshaped by someone else's lens. At first, this clarity can feel almost too sharp. You're not used to sitting with emotions without immediately explaining or justifying them to another person. There's no one to reassure you that you're overthinking, No one to distract you with their own crises. You're left to feel what you feel in full. And in that full, unmediated experience, you start to hear yourself again. You notice what actually excites you, not what you've been pretending to be excited about to match someone else's mood. You notice what truly irritates you, not just what's been convenient to argue over. Slowly, your emotional landscape stops being a shared space and starts becoming your own territory. This is where the detox really happens. Without the constant influx of another person's needs, moods, and unspoken expectations, your nervous system begins to settle. You stop waking up braced for emotional surprises. You stop rehearsing conversations in your head before they happen. You start moving through the day without the weight of invisible negotiations. Should I say this? Will this upset them? Do I need to fix this before it becomes a problem? The space left behind isn't empty, it's breathable. It's filled with your own rhythm, your own pace, your own sense of balance. Emotional independence doesn't mean you stop caring about others. It means you stop carrying them in ways that cost you yourself. In solitude, you learn to communicate those things to yourself first. You learn to validate your own emotions without waiting for someone else to acknowledge them. You give yourself permission to feel without the need to edit for someone else's comfort. And when you do re-enter connection with others, you do so from a place of groundedness rather than entanglement. One of the most surprising parts of this process is the way joy changes. When you're constantly linked to another person's emotional state, your joy is never entirely yours. It's either amplified by their happiness or dampened by their unhappiness. Alone, your joy becomes self-generated, steady, and less vulnerable to being pulled apart by someone else's storm. You start noticing the small, pure pleasures that were once background noise, the way light hits your kitchen in the morning, the sound of your own laughter at something only you find funny, the calm that comes from simply being in your own space. This emotional detox is not always comfortable. There will be moments when you feel the absence of someone else's emotional presence as a kind of emptiness. You might even feel the pull to seek out that old entanglement just to feel something familiar. But if you can resist the urge to fill the silence too quickly, you'll discover that the emptiness was never emptiness at all. It was space waiting to be reclaimed by you. Space where your own voice, long overshadowed, can begin to speak again. In the end, the emotional detox that comes from solitude is less about removing others from your life and more about removing the haze they unintentionally create around your inner world. It's about finally standing in the center of your own emotional weather without being swept away by someone else's storms. And once you've felt that kind of clarity, once you've experienced the quiet strength that comes from owning every feeling that passes through you, you understand why protecting it becomes non-negotiable. Because in that clarity, you don't just hear yourself again, you recognize yourself. And that recognition is the beginning of everything. When you choose to live on your own terms, without leaning on the structure of a partner or the validation of a group, the labels come quickly. Lonely, selfish, incomplete. These words aren't really about you. They're about the discomfort your independence stirs in others. You've stepped outside the script, and people don't quite know what to do with that. The system loves dependence because it's stable. A dependent person is easier to guide, easier to sell to, easier to keep in place. If your sense of self comes from your partner's approval or from your role within a group, you'll go to great lengths to protect it, even at the cost of your own truth. Dependence keeps you in line, but it also keeps the system safe. When you no longer need that structure to feel whole, you can't be controlled in the same way. Your decisions aren't dictated by fear of being left out, abandoned, or judged, and that makes you unpredictable, something the system doesn't know how to handle. It's no surprise, then, that independence gets mislabeled. They call it loneliness, because they can't imagine fulfillment without constant company. They call it selfishness because you prioritize your own path over the comfort of conformity. They call it incomplete because their idea of complete is built on the presence of someone else. This mislabeling works as a kind of social control. If independence is painted as something undesirable, fewer people will pursue it. If staying single is framed as failure, people will rush to couple up, even if it means silencing parts of themselves to fit the mold. The system doesn't need to chain you physically. It only needs to shape your beliefs about what makes life meaningful. That's why the choice to live free, truly free, is so radical. It's not just about you. It's about refusing to reinforce a cycle that trades authenticity for acceptance. Independence is threatening because it's proof that you can live without constant validation. You don't need someone to tell you who you are, to make your choices feel legitimate, or to keep you from feeling empty. This isn't about rejecting love or connection. It's about removing need from the equation. Love given freely, without dependence, is one of the purest forms of it. But to reach that point, you have to stand firmly on your own. And yet, this kind of freedom isn't easy to hold. It comes with its own challenges. There will be days when the weight of being fully responsible for your own life feels heavier than you expected. No one else is there to take the blame when you fall, and no one else gets the credit when you succeed. You own it all. But that's the point. Freedom without ownership isn't real freedom. It's just another form of dependence disguised as choice. The truth is, people fear what they secretly want. Those who criticize your independence often wish they had the courage to claim their own. They might not admit it, even to themselves, but your example forces them to confront the compromises they've made. It's easier to dismiss you than to question whether they've settled for something smaller than what they truly wanted. That's why standing in your freedom isn't just a personal choice. It's an act that can shift the people around you, even if it's met with resistance at first. So when they call you lonely, remember that solitude can be a source of power. When they call you selfish, remember that self-respect is the foundation for every meaningful connection you'll ever have. When they call you incomplete, remember that wholeness doesn't come from what you add to your life, but from what you refuse to give away. The system may thrive on dependence, but your life doesn't have to. The mislabeling will fade in importance once you see it for what it is, a sign that you've stepped outside the boundaries others feel safest in. And once you've stepped out, you'll realize there's far more space out here than you were ever led to believe. Sovereignty isn't something you stumble into. It's something you earn, and the price is never cheap. To claim it, you have to let go of things most people cling to as proof of a good life. The shared plans that give you a sense of direction. The automatic affection that reassures you without asking for effort. The built-in companionship that makes weekends and holidays feel less empty. These are warm, comforting things, but they come with strings attached. Strings that can quietly pull you away from yourself. To step into true sovereignty means cutting some of those strings, and that's a decision most won't make because it demands giving up a comfort that feels too good to lose. In solitude, there is no one to validate or veto your decisions. Every choice is yours alone. That freedom can feel intoxicating and terrifying all at once. There's no one to share the weight when a decision turns out wrong, no one to split the blame with. But there's also no one to hold you back when your instincts are sharp and your vision is clear. Sovereignty is about owning both outcomes, the victories and the mistakes, with the same steady acceptance. You stop outsourcing responsibility for your life and start carrying it entirely yourself. The Stoics understood this deeply. Epictetus wrote, "No man is free who is not master of himself." Solitude becomes the training ground for that mastery. Of course, The price you pay isn't only in tangible comforts. You pay in moments of doubt, in nights when silence feels heavier than you thought it could, in mornings when you wish there was someone beside you to share the small joys. Sovereignty can be lonely, not because you lack people in your life, but because you've chosen to live without depending on them to steady you. You learn to be your own anchor, to generate your own reassurance, to sit with discomfort instead of reaching for a quick fix in the form of someone else's presence. That skill, learning to hold your ground in the absence of external support, becomes one of your greatest strengths. The beauty of sovereignty is that it changes the quality of every connection you do choose to have. Without dependence, relationships are no longer about filling a void. They become choices made from abundance, not necessity. You're not asking someone to complete you or rescue you from yourself. You're inviting them to walk beside you because you want to, not because you have to. Jung often spoke of individuation, the process of becoming whole within oneself. Sovereignty is the lived expression of that wholeness. You can love deeply without the fear that losing someone will cause you to lose yourself. But the world rarely encourages this kind of self-rule. It thrives on mutual reliance, on the predictability of people who are bound to each other in ways that keep them in place. A sovereign individual can't be as easily managed or persuaded. You're less likely to accept what doesn't align with your values, less willing to stay in situations that don't serve your growth. That can make you harder to be around for those who prefer comfort over truth. You may find that some relationships fade because they were built on your willingness to compromise pieces of yourself to keep the peace. Sovereignty doesn't allow for that kind of self-erasure. The price also includes the need to confront yourself without distraction. There's no one to blame when you fail to act, no one to hide behind when you avoid the hard work. You see yourself clearly, your flaws, your blind spots, your excuses, and in that clarity, you have two choices: change or accept the truth of who you are without running from it. Both are difficult, but either one is a step toward the kind of freedom most people only talk about. The reward for paying this price is a life that is unmistakably your own. Every decision, every achievement, every mistake carries your signature. You move through the world without needing to dilute yourself for acceptance or bend yourself into a shape that fits someone else's plans. Your time is yours, your energy is yours, your mind is yours. That doesn't mean life becomes easier. It means it becomes yours in a way that nothing and no one can take from you. And once you've felt that, once you've lived days and months knowing that you are the sole author of your choices, it's almost impossible to give it up. The comfort of shared plans and automatic affection will always have their pull, but they'll never outweigh the quiet, steady power of knowing that you belong completely to yourself. That is the price of sovereignty and the reason it's worth paying. There's a point in solitude where something shifts. At first, being alone can feel like a space you're trying to fill, a room too quiet, a life missing a sound you've grown used to. You might catch yourself glancing at your phone, not because you have something to say, but because you're hoping someone will remind you that you matter. In the beginning, solitude tests you. It shows you every crack, every place you've relied on someone else to hold together. But if you stay with it long enough, if you resist the urge to rush back into the comfort of being needed or being validated, something remarkable begins to happen. The silence stops feeling like a punishment. It starts feeling like a kind of strength you didn't know you had. It's not a sudden transformation. It's gradual, almost unnoticeable at first. You wake up one morning and realize you don't feel the same pull to check in with someone before making a decision. You don't need someone to reassure you when doubt creeps in. You've learned to steady yourself. That's the quiet power of independence. It's not loud or boastful, but it's unshakable. You've stopped outsourcing your stability to others, and with that, you've taken back a kind of freedom most people never truly know. The Stoics understood this well. Epictetus taught that freedom comes when you control your own mind and desires, when you no longer depend on things outside yourself to be at peace. There's also a deep calm that comes with knowing you can handle life without leaning on someone else's emotional scaffolding. You've been through the moments of doubt, the long nights when you questioned if you were strong enough to stand alone, and you've emerged on the other side, not untouched, but unbroken. You no longer fear the quiet because you've learned to hear your own voice in it, and that voice has become louder, clearer, and more trustworthy than the noise of outside opinions. What's interesting is how much this changes your relationships, not by pushing people away, but by redefining why they're in your life. When you're no longer seeking someone to complete you, you start choosing people who expand you. Love, friendship, connection, these things stop being about filling a void and start being about sharing abundance. Jung believed that real connection could only happen between two whole individuals, each responsible for their own growth. When you've met yourself fully, you can finally meet others without the weight of unspoken need. Of course, this unshakable self isn't without vulnerability. You still feel pain, disappointment, and longing, but they no longer destabilize you. You're not afraid of loss in the same way, because you know you won't lose yourself with it. You've been alone before and survived. You've sat in the quiet and found not emptiness, but a rich, inner life that no one else could give you. And when you carry that knowledge, it changes how you move through the world. There's also a humility in this stage. You recognize that self-reliance doesn't mean isolation. You can accept help without feeling dependent. You can love without fear of losing your footing. You can let people come and go without it shaking your foundation, because your foundation is no longer built on their presence. It's built on you. This is the paradox of true freedom. The more you belong to yourself, the more freely you can give yourself to others. And perhaps the most profound part is the way your sense of time changes. You no longer rush to fill your days to avoid being alone with your thoughts. You savor moments in a way you couldn't before because you're not trying to escape them. Even ordinary experiences, a walk at dusk, a quiet meal, an evening with a book, take on a richness. They're not placeholders between bigger, more important events. They are the life itself. When you finally meet this version of yourself, you realize you were never truly incomplete. You were just obscured by noise, distraction, and dependence. And now that you've stripped that away, you see what was there all along, a self that is whole, steady, and deeply alive. That's the moment you become unshakable. And once you've felt that, you know you can never go back to the kind of life where your peace depends on someone else holding you together. Because the truth is, the self you've finally met isn't fragile. It's the strongest thing you'll ever stand on. In the end, the greatest freedom you'll ever know is the moment you realize you are already whole. Protect that truth, live by it, and never let the world convince you otherwise.